Please put your hands together for the Modus Super Series.
Ladies and gentlemen, your champion!
It's time to crown the champion.
This is for the title.
Will get the match start at the block.
To win a week for the first time.
Great champions here.
95 starts.
You are our champion.
Weeks, more than 1,300 matches, 250,000 darts. 142 players have stepped into this arena. 12 earned their place at Champions Week, and now only 6 remain. In a sport ruled by numbers, there's only room for one winner. This is Champions Night.
The silencer,
Gonna get a dart at double top. DC is back into Champions Night. Double forward seal, Champagne's plays into Champions Night and just about put Pallett in control. It's there, finally, it's there for David Pallett.
What we do know is that the needle on home turf is going to go to Champions Night.
Point in time. Neil Duff beats Jensen Walker 4-0.
Put himself in the top 3. Let's ask the question then, how good was that?
Yeah, we are ready, and that is the question. Who is going to be taking the £25,000 first prize and lifting this magnificent trophy? Devon Peterson and Laura Turner are alongside me for Champions Night in Modus Super Series 12. And Devon, Champions Night's always got that different buzz about it, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's the coming together of multiple champions, and then on the night, on the Saturday, we have the 6 very best. And I mean, doing it in front of a crowd like this that is going to be buzzing, it just brings an energy, and that is why Champions Night is so popular.
Yeah, and I mean, the 6 players we've got, it couldn't really be a better field to end the year, could it?
It's outstanding, isn't it? We've got people that have been here before. We've got people that have made Champions Night on debut. You know, it's their debut. So it's a real mix, but it is a real quality field. And it's what we've come to expect here at the Super Series.
Certainly is. Right, let's introduce you then to the Super 6 playing at this Super Series Champions Night. He's experienced, solid and more determined than ever. Derek Coulson blitzed through Group A to reach his 4th Champions Night. Will he finally get his hands on the illustrious trophy? Keegan Brown has upset the odds on multiple occasions this week and has been clinical with his big finishes. Will it be Brown who goes for gold tonight? Tom Sykes is into his 4th Champions Night. On 2 previous occasions he ended the series as runner-up. Will it be 3rd time lucky for the Castleford Tiger? Neil Duff is into his very first Champions Night from 4 Champions Week appearances. Can the experienced campaigner add a Super Series title to his roll of honour? Champagne Charlie Mambi has set the darting world on fire this year. He's a young talent known for his heavy power scoring and looks to end the year in style. And David Pallett had the highest Super Series running average of 2025 and has continued to shine as he's fought his way through to Champions Night. Yeah, they are the 6 players who have made it through to Champions Night, and we can see how they did it. Derek Coulson, the winner of Group A, he won it at a canter, really. Group B had a lot of the drama the last couple of nights. Keegan Brown topping it despite being the outsider. Tom Sykes and Neil Duff coming through, and Charlie Mambi winning Group C with David Pallett coming through as runner-up. Look, we'll start with Derek Coulson, Laura. It's the only place to start, really. 5 consecutive Champions Week. That is a remarkable achievement, and he's played this week like he does own the place, hasn't he?
Yeah, and he played like he wanted those couple of days off. There was no doubt about it. He absolutely dominated Group A. We spoke at the beginning of the week, and we thought with the calibre of the field, we couldn't see any one player really dominating. Well, Derek completely just changed everyone's minds on that, because he was brilliant from start to finish, just a couple of losses along the way.
He might not thank me for saying this, but if he did lift that trophy tonight, he would be our oldest ever winner by a year over Jim McEwen, 57 years of age. But someone who actually could be just starting his professional career. He's put his qualification in for a Q school.
And I think what you speak about when you say just starting at 57, that's the beauty of the sport of darts. It's timeless, it's ageless, and you just need to be very good when you're at the hockey. Derek has shown that all week and every single time he's come here, and I mean, people are not going to expect anything less but for him to lift that trophy tonight.
From the calm experience of Derek Coulson to the youthful exuberance of Charlie Mambi, someone who a lot of people think might be the next big thing in this sport.
Yeah, and he's demonstrated, hasn't he? What I liked about Charlie, he's had to negotiate this week in a different way from what he's done previously. He would have been a bit disappointed not doing so well in Group A. Found himself in Group C, which is notoriously difficult to get out of. But a bit like Derek in Group A, he bossed Group C. He was making sure of his place here. And yeah, I agree. I mean, all eyes are on the youthful Charlie Mambi.
What is it you like about the way that Charlie goes about the game?
I think it's the mix between his arrogance and humility. He's got this swagger on stage, but when you speak to him, he's quite down to earth and humble. And I think that you have to have that and the belief in your game. But when you look at his composure, his maturity, and just everything that has been thrown at him, he would have been disappointed in the Group A performance. But his Group C performance showed an maturity beyond his years. So I think that tonight he will fancy his chances to lift that trophy.
After Thursday night, it looked like Tom Sykes, who's been runner-up twice on this stage at a Champions Night, might not even be here. But by the end of last night, suddenly, he's looking like a real contender again, isn't he?
From the very first match, from that very first start that we saw Tom throw last night, the focus, the intensity, it was unbelievable. But wow, he left it to the last minute, didn't he? We were all still not sure who was going to go through. There was 3 in contention in the last match, but that average there, the 115, not just the best of this week, but the best we've ever seen in a Champions Week.
Look, I mentioned he was runner-up twice before. Does that bring a bit of scar tissue or more determination?
I think it's more about the experience. I mean, he knows what it's like to lose on the stage at the last hurdle. He would have learned a lot from it. And I know that progression-wise, it shows that he's on an upward transition in the game itself. So I think that it's not going to hurt him too much. But tonight we'll have some demons, but also some opportunity that he would want to close up on, making sure that it's not the third time unlucky.
He came through an incredible Group B over the last couple of nights. It was dramatic. We didn't know anything until the last couple of games. We can have a look at that now. And Keegan Brown ended up top of the table, Laura, despite being, well, I'm going to say it, written off consistently by the bookmakers this week.
Look, it's something that Devon and I have been speaking about all week. We were surprised going into Monday that he was a 25-1 outsider. He has upset the odds throughout, and he's just proven, big finishes, big scores, big averages. He's shown a bit of everything, and the composure he had, especially going into yesterday. I've been really impressed with Keegan.
I know you feel that he will have been in the practice room. You've both been in there yourselves. When the odds come up on the screen, that will have motivated him, won't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's been the consistent pattern for him. He's written off, he rises above it. In the Group B, he's written off and he rose above it, and even got the top spot. So, I mean, for Keegan, that he knows that is the fuel. So he's looking at that, hoping that they're going to put him last. And I mean, the bookies done the right thing at the wrong time, because now everybody else in the practice room is worried because Keegan is again outside to win it.
Yeah, he came off stage actually after a win over Neil Duff, and neither player knew they were through. Duff was actually through before that game started. Keegan spoke about he was just focused on winning the matches. The rest will take care of itself. Neil Duff came here with some pressure, having never made it to Champions Night, despite being here 4 times on Champions Week. He's finally crossed that line.
Yeah, he's negotiated it eventually. It's a very surprising stat when we look at how well Neil Duff plays here. He's kind of part of the furniture at the Live Lounge. But what we do know about Neil Duff is when he comes here on a Saturday, he knows how to win weekly titles. He will be dangerous. he had to scrape to get through, let's be honest. He had to survive 11 match starts against Jamie Owens, and that was a match that perhaps could have turned the fortunes around for both of them. As it stands, it's Neil that's got through.
Yeah, so much experience, though, and experience of winning on this stage. Of course, a former Lakeside world champion as well. That could serve him well tonight, right?
100%. I think Neil Duff has been around for a long time, but not just being around and existing and just participating, but competing and winning. Him coming here, the stage hasn't changed. It's just the prize at the end. And I think that Neil Duff now, showing that he can get to a Champions Week, we know how good he is when he gets here, when he's in front of the crowd. So I think that a lot of people will be expecting to see him get to the latter stages, even lift the trophy. But for him, I mean, it's all about experience. But the resilience for me is the one characteristic that stands out.
We've got to talk about David Pallett. He has had a real roller coaster. He was the highest average of all of the qualifiers for Champions Week, which would have put him in Group A. He elected not to play in Group A, therefore forfeiting his position, dropping into Group C. We've heard today that he's pulled out of Lakeside, clearly struggling with his throw, but he somehow managed to wring enough ability out to get through to Champions Night.
Yeah, and there were moments. I mean, the one that lives in my mind, there was a 1-4-5 checkout. It was 3 apiece, and he just pulled it out of absolutely nowhere. You know, it's hard to see. You know, we've seen players that are struggling with the release and with the throw, and it is really hard to see. But for me, the spirit, the courage, the determination that Dave has shown here so far this week, he should be so proud, because, you know, it's hard enough to get up on the stage when things don't feel 100%. And he's mentioned how much and how hard he's been working throughout the year. Things have just gone awry towards the tail end, but he's here, and he is, you know, another player really to watch, because we've seen big things from him.
How should he approach tonight?
I think, like he said, he's just happy to be here and he just wants to compete. That's the most probably honest answer. Dave Pallett won't be looking to lift the trophy, but he didn't look to qualify for this evening as well. He wanted to change his fortunes and leave Group A simply because he knew that he was struggling with his stroke. Got to Group C and stumbled through, not just based on not performing well, because on day one, when he returned on for Group C, average close to 90, with probably the highest checkout percentage as well. So if that's the way he's struggling, then give that to me every single day. But I mean, just the survival skills and just the never say die attitude and not quitting, even though it's hard. And I've gone through challenges myself, so I know mentally you're turning up here knowing I might not win tonight, but for Dave Pallett, there is a chance, and all he's going to do is just revel in the opportunity.
Yeah, that could be emotional. He is in the same group as his good friend Derek Coulson. Let's just show you those groups now. Pallett in Group 1 with Coulson and Tom Sykes. Group 2 is Keegan Brown, Charlie Mambi and Neil Duff. As always, they will play first of 4 legs. Each of them wants the top 2 will go through to the semis, and then we'll have the final where somebody will pick up the trophy and win £25,000. Let's see who the bookmakers think that will be. They've gone for Derek Coulson once again. He's been top of the betting all week, and nearly every time we've started a group, Keegan Brown has been bottom of the betting. There's that motivation for him again, Laura.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, it does surprise me that he is, 9-1. But I can understand going with Derek, because Derek just looks so likely in Group A. But it's a finals night. There's a crowd here. It's a different kind of pressure. It's a different kind of prize pot. There is so much on the line for these players. Absolutely anything can happen.
Right, let's get your predictions. And Devon, starting with you, who's going to be lifting that trophy?
I'm going to have to say Tom Sykes for me. Showed real resilience coming back from Group B, bottom of the log, turning up. I think that last game for me, Tom Sykes just lifted a new level, and I think that he's quite ready for the win tonight.
And his family are sat right behind you, so I know why you did that. Laura, you're a bit further away. You going for someone else?
I can't, because coming into this week, I will stick by my original prediction. He left it to the last minute. I wasn't even sure if he was going to be here, but now he's here. It's a different night, and yeah, I agree with Devon. I think Tom.
Just one note, Glenn Durrant did say on last Saturday's show, didn't he, that Derek Coulson would win Group A and then would go on to win Champions Night. Nobody has done that, so maybe the curse could be broken. Laura and Devon will be in commentary. Henry Deacon leading our comms team tonight. But the first match is about to take place, so we better get out of the way. David Pallett is going to play Derek Coulson, and before those two take to the stage, let's just hear from the Group A winner.
Getting through Group A was tough. I didn't actually feel like I played my best starts, but I think my timing was perfect, spot on. When I was given chances, I took those chances. With finishing, my finishing can sometimes be a little bit up and down. I think with a lot of players, it's the same thing when you've got 3 darts in hand. For some reason, it becomes a little bit harder than one in a combination. But I just have the confidence of hitting. If I'm playing well, people have asked me in the past if I practice doubles, and I never practice doubles. I've always had the confidence, if my game's there, the doubles will be hit as well. Yeah, when I play, I don't tend to play just for the fun of it. I tend to play to win. Even when I'm at home playing with my mates, I play to win. So, but finishing is a key part of my game. It always has been, because I never used to be such a high scorer, whereas my scoring has come up now. So my finishing, I'll give myself a few more chances now. But overall, I'm very happy where my finishing is. I do miss a few here and there, but I never let it get to myself, because I know next time I can take it out. Yeah, winning Group A, I'm aware of the stats, that especially this series, that nobody's won Group A and gone on to win the week. The last person was myself in the series before. But I like a bit of time off. I'll still throw some darts. I don't feel I need the competition every single day. I personally feel those 2 days off will suit me better than if I was playing. So yeah, I just relax, I'll have some practice, and then tomorrow my head will be on, ready for Saturday night. So playing here on that stage, the back room the way it is, it's all set up perfect. And I've said it before, I think if you can't perform here, then there's something wrong, because we're so looked after as players, we're looked after so well, everything is perfect. So for me, there's no excuses. I love coming down here. Every time I get the invite to come here, I'm itching to get back down here. Practice kicks in. The competition here is fierce. So, you know, if I don't play well, I don't win, simple as that. To win this one, I've said it before, I don't really know how I'm going to react, if I'm honest. I'm not a big celebrator. I don't know if I might just jump all over the stage. I don't know. I probably won't. But to win it, yeah, it'd just be a crown and glory. I don't think I'll ever top it. I'm well supported. Yeah, I play from the British Legion in Market Drayton, and the guys down there are amazing. They sponsor me as well. But the guys I play with, they're all coming. My family's coming, extended family's coming. I think there's about 20 people coming this week. So, and I love that. You know, I think some people are not sure about whether to have the support here. Obviously, Jimmy loves it, but I'm not one for reacting to the crowd or turning to look at the crowd. I just keep my head on. There could be nobody in here, there could be 500 in here, it wouldn't make a difference to me. Coming here to play in Champions Week every time I've been here, yeah, I mean, I'll say the pressure's on. I don't feel that pressure, but I just really would love to win one. Yeah, and with Q School around the corner, and I am planning to go, it's all booked, it's paid for. I just think where my game is at the moment, I have to do it. 2 years down the line, if I didn't do it, I'd regret not going. I'm not putting pressure on myself to win a tour card. If I play well, I'll have a good chance. If I don't make it, I'll go and play Challenge Tour, and hopefully get more invites here next year to play Modus again, because I love it here. But whatever happened next year, I would love to pick this one up before 2026 comes around. I've had a great 2025, and this would really top it off.
Good evening and welcome to the Modus Super Series Champions Week. Coming to you from the Live Lounge, Portsmouth. We are live on Pluto TV. It's now time for our first match. Firstly, would you please welcome, making his 5th consecutive Champions Week appearance, a World Seniors Darts Championship semi-finalist, DC Derek Coulson. And one of the most exciting prospects in darts, a Development Tour title winner, the record-breaking Champagne Charlie Mambi. David Pallett, sorry. Please welcome David Pallett.
Yeah, here we go then. The opening match does indeed feature David Pallett, who was once one of the most exciting prospects of darts. There's no doubt about that. And I've got to say, Derek Coulson is one of the most exciting prospects as well. The prospect of him at 57 years of age getting a tour card next year as a Modus Super Series champion is quite incredible, isn't it? When you think that Luke Littler, who won 2 Champions Nights here, took the world of darts by storm in his teenage years. But the opening match does feature these two. They are close friends, do play in the same area, same team at times, and Derek from Market Drayton won Group A at a canter, didn't he? Really did dominate that group and is looking to break the curse of Series 12 by winning Group A and going on to win on Champions Night. David Pallett, now 35 years of age, has had his trials and tribulations, but he has handled them like a champion. Could he be the champion at the end of the evening? Well, one of the 6 players in action tonight will be Owen Binks, is overseeing proceedings from the position of referee. And I will hand you to our commentary team for this opening match.
First leg, it's Derek to throw first. Game on!
Here we go then. The final page is about to be written in the chapter 2025 of the history books of the Modus Super Series. The first dart was thrown by Adam Zavada on Monday, January 20th. The final dart will be thrown tonight, and whoever hits that final dart and that final double will add their name to the Super Series Wall of Honour and pocket £25,000. It's 2 good friends that have got to be rivals in this opening match. Derek Coulson, who has been the player of 2025 here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, but he now is hoping to climb to the summit for the very first time. A 5th consecutive Champions Week appearance, a semi-finalist in the past, up against someone in David Pallett, for whom the fact he's even here tonight says a lot about his ability, but also his dogged determination and defiance as well. The last 48 hours, as far as David is concerned, has been a little bit of a whirlwind. Of course, news came through this morning that he's withdrawn from the Lakeside and the WDF World Championship.
130.
So he is hoping to be champion here at the Live Lounge come the end of play this evening. But first things first, it's getting past his good friend. And alongside me is my good friend, Devon Peterson. Very good evening to you, Dev. And already a quick start for David Pallett.
David Pallett off to a flyer. Derek Coulson still lingering. I think the 2 days that he's had off, had to work off the rust. And
David, you require 164.
David obviously stepping in. He had a ton-plus checkout yesterday. That was potentially the moment of the week. But could this be the moment of the night?
130.
Well, very interesting. At a 164 and Derek Coulson on a finish at 146. Pallett has said that you're not up to this, good sir. And he would be right in that thinking. Potential 13 darter here for Pallett to get things up and running. And crucially as well, a breaker throw right from the very get-go.
We know how important it is, and it's first to 4. We know how good Pallett is. He's quite critical about his performance this week, even whilst he was playing some of the best stuff. He's going to need to find a last dart. The crowd is silent.
No score.
Derek Coulson has an opportunity on the 88, and this could be just for a holder throw, but a nervy holder.
There'd be an irony that Pallett neglected the ball early on in this leg, and he may well lose this leg on the bullseye if Coulson can find the middle target on the board.
63.
Drops low, and so Pallett's going to get 3 more break opportunities here.
Knew it was going to land.
David Pallett.
David Pallett opting to step away from his duties at the Lakeside. But I'm sure lifting this trophy tonight could soften that blow.
There's something about what David Pallett's doing tonight, which I don't think any player has ever done so at a Champions Night here at the Super Series before. He kicks off with a max. That's the first of the evening. It's actually the 252nd of the week. We're actually 7 180s away now from 2,700 over the course of the last 13 weeks worth of action.
That was a mouthful, Henry. I love how you just said nearly 2,700 180s.
58.
Well, Tom Sykes is in action later on this evening, and he's actually 8 180s away from 50 for Champions Week.
Tom Sykes with no power scorer, absolute top-class player. Coulson now adds that 180 tally. This crowd is in for a night of darts.
58.
Fantastic buzz, great atmosphere. It's very different from playing Monday to Friday with no one, and then an entire crowd of 1,800 fits into Modus Lounge.
It is absolutely packed to the rafters here. Every single corner is absolutely jam-packed full of spectators.
100.
That's the bottom floor. And I can tell you now that even on the top deck, there is a lot of people that want to see who's going to be the champion of Series 12. Coulson's left himself on a ton after 9 to break back and level this contest up at 1 apiece.
35.
I had a rumour.
100.
They're all just here to see you, Henry. But as we watch Derek Coulson now go for this ton, just to level it up and break the throw as well. After 9 left a ton, would he go tops? Oh, that's a perfect dart. Double 10 now.
80.
On the outside. And
David
Pallett now requiring a big fish. We've seen Keegan Brown do it. Can David do it? Not on. So he's going to have to set up, but watch Derek Coulson go for double 20 with 3 dots in hand.
A man who's been so reliable all week on the outer ring, doubling at around about 37%, 15. But he's missed 5 darts in this game at a double, and Pallett could take full control of it if he could find the first ton topper of the evening. And actually, this was one of his key strengths in Group C. He had 3 ton plus checkouts, including a timely 145, but he couldn't add a timely 112 to the mix. And so Coulson returns with another opportunity to level up and to get himself back on terms in this contest.
Feel as though these missed doubles could be a bit of the rust. Double tops now for Dave Pallett. He's hit it so many times the last 3 days and continues to hit the double tops. 2-0 now. A break-off throw and a hold. That is important in the first matchup.
Well, if you ask the bookmakers before a dart was thrown in this contest, it was an absolute mismatch. Derek Coulson went off 2-5 heavy favourite. David Pallett 85. Was the 7-4 outsider. However, if you ask DC what would probably be your toughest match tonight, he would probably say David Pallett. Good friend, and he also knows exactly what David's going for. And it's not a point that we're going to keep bringing up, but he'll know exactly what's going on. And that can sometimes make life rather more difficult on the stage.
No doubt. It's the one game that you can't actually get up for. You can't be aggressive. But he's changing his mood now because he knows that as much as they're friends off the oche, when you are on the oche, everybody's an enemy. They're trying to steal bread off your table. David Pallett with a response here. Those 180 signs are going to see some work tonight.
4 180s in the opening 3 legs of Champions Night. It was an evening that promised a lot and so far is delivering. Coulson on a finish after 9 to reduce the gap back down to 2-1. And perhaps unsurprisingly, if Pallett's going to miss, the miss is going to be low this evening because there's going to be a lot of lurching. There's going to be a lot of shoulder in the action. Meanwhile, Coulson's just like a Rolls Royce. Just makes a very hard game, Devon, 96. At times just look oh so effortless.
Trust me, I've played him many times. Dave Pallett now needs 164. What a fantastic first. Not finding the second, so Derek Coulson
92.
Will come back for the double tops to find his first point of the night. That is a high dart. That is not. That is in. Derek Coulson there, holding through with a 14 darter.
Full flag, it's David to throw first.
Top tier game this, even though Pallett is not, like you said, finding it tough. Both these players, good friends, but they're playing hard, and it's the importance of Champions Week. Everybody wants to be a champion.
£25,000 up for grabs. It will be for a lot of players, the biggest payday of their career. It will be for Tom Sykes, it will be for Charlie Mambi, it will be for Derek Coulson. Maybe not for the likes of Keegan Brown and Neil Duff, who have done other things in the game before.
57.
But for somebody, they could be about to lift the biggest title that they would have ever held in their career in the best part of, what, 3.5 hours' time. It cannot be understated, the importance of this evening in the career of some of these players. And actually, the narrative tonight, Devon, is quite interesting because you've got a 57-year-old and a 20-year-old as the two favourites. And for two people at different phases of their life, looking at this as a potential springboard to go on to bigger and better things, perhaps in the professional game in the not-too-distant future.
96.
It's the beauty of the sport of darts. All-inclusive, ageless, timeless. Derek Coulson, 57 years young. Charlie Mambi, 20 years, but 20 years old, but that maturity level that he shows on the board. And this is the thing, though. Both of them will be going to Q school, and they'll be potentially starting the professional career. Fantastic. And as we watch this Champions Week, Dave Pallett now in full control. Derek Coulson here needs to find another one. He does find another one, so makes the 140 a lot tougher. But you do know that all David Pallett needed to do was find that first stop. Doesn't find the second, so can go high.
100.
Tops left, 107, first ton topper, but also a break opportunity.
And to turn a 2-0 deficit back into a level contest. And he's going to get a dart in his hand, a double 14. And he finds a double 14, and all of a sudden, from 2-0 behind, Derek Coulson's back on terms. That's his support base, led by his son,
Derek to throw first.
who are hoping that this time, when they turn up to Portsmouth on a Champions Night, he is the one that's going to be picking up the trophy.
Technically, Derek Coulson is
80.
Potentially got one of the best throws in the game. No drama. Everything remains still. And it's crazy that it's taken this long
81.
to actually decide to go to Q school.
Some may say, actually, with the stage of his career he's at, that it might be a bit of a gamble going to Q school, but that's the way sports has changed these days. The opportunities are there when we talk about how many young players are developing at a rate of knots, and of course they are, but for people like Derek Coulson, doors have opened courtesy of the ADC, courtesy of the Super Series that just wasn't there before.
They always say that the door is there, and when you knock, you just have to turn the handle and walk through the door for the opportunities. He has done that. Turned up on the Modus Super Series. Not that nobody knew about him, but when he came here, it wasn't well known in the global game. But in his area, certainly well known, and everybody that you would speak to about Derek Coulson celebrates him so much.
David Pallett took out a huge 145 checkout to win a game on Thursday afternoon. And in the position that he's in, he may have to take out another. But this time, unsuccessful in that particular task. And so Coulson's going to come back. Should be 2 darts in hand and a preferable double to put himself one away.
12 got. Double tops, finds the double tops, and you feel as though the first 2 games where he was missing the outer ring, it was more like just getting used to it again, under the lights, crowd behind him, just having to quiet the noise and focus again. So finding that flow state, Derek Coulson since then could not put a foot wrong.
81.
For Coulson appearing in a record 5th Champions Week, there's also come in consecutive appearances. And his record when it comes to finals night, he's played in 8 if you include weekly finals and Champions Week finals. He's prevailed in 4 of them. And pretty much exclusively, the only times he doesn't get over the line when it comes to Saturdays is usually when it comes to Champions Night. Only once has he not won a weekly title when he's got through to Saturday. And even then, he got in as the best alternate when he lost to Jim Long. This is the hurdle he is trying to overcome. This is the last conquest on his Super Series journey. If he wins this, he has done pretty much everything he can achieve in this building.
And I think worth saying that understanding how important that is, especially with the chapter of the career that he's in, this might be the last time that we actually see him at the Modus Super Series. Unless, if he wins this, he goes into the ADC Global Championship.
And he gets a nice little starter against Devon Peterson in the first pool stage.
Are you calling me a starter portion now?
You're always the main event, Dev.
93.
It's going to be exciting stuff. Family looking a bit worried and hungry.
Yeah, that's being led by Derek Sutter. Actually, when he won his week in qualification, turned up in a FBI outfit. And in the first couple of legs, it looked like Derek Coulson was undercover. But now he's very much in the swing of things. But he may be forced to go all the way to the last leg here. 140 from Pallett, left himself on 47. Should get a couple of darts to take us all the way. How handy can Coulson set it up?
83. David, you require 47.
Coulson a little bit disappointed there, but Dave Pallett now 2 in hand on the 16s. Saying he's going to need to drop a bit.
15.
Oh, he goes for the last corner, but
Derek,
88.
you require 88.
Bullseye. Probably the shot.
Well, he was 2-0 down in this contest, but Derek Coulson, very much in character, has rallied back well. But he hasn't quite reeled off 4 on the spin, and so Pallett is back for double 16 to take us the distance in this contest. Double 8, and this is awkward, very awkward, 24. Couldn't find. And so Coulson is back for the match.
7.
He was made to work hard. He's had to survive a couple of darts to go the distance, but now has a couple in hand at double 2. They say these never lose, but they haven't pocketed him an opening win.
David, you require 8.
8 now for David Pallett. Double 4 on the right-hand side.
Game shot.
Finds it as soon as it comes out.
Pallett.
Generally, most of the time on target,
Final
resilient.
leg, it's Derek to throw first. Game on.
Derek obviously getting off. And the one thing that, regardless of who wins now, the winner is going to go off and get the 2 points. But the loser,
60.
because it's so tight, gives him an opportunity in his next game. Losing 4-3 is not the worst thing, especially on a Saturday.
You have correctly
55.
pointed me towards the point where we talk about the rules and regulations of a pool stage on a Champions Night, because if you pick up 2 points and you have a positive legs difference, you'll automatically qualify through to the semi-finals. There is a scenario
100.
where there could be a 9-dart shooter, and it has happened at a Champions Night before. It happened in Series 9 this time last year.
59.
And that happens when every single result goes the same way. So, for example, Derek Coulson won this game 4-3. The other 2 players that threw first would have to also win 4-3 to ensure of said 9-dart shootout. But that, the 5th 180 of this game, has put Derek Coulson one step closer towards said 4-3 win.
Derek Coulson making sure that he doesn't get that 9-dart challenge.
83.
I think that's the worst thing that could happen on a Champions Night.
61.
It's not if you're watching at home. And you've got the best seat in the house here on Pluto TV in the United Kingdom and across the world.
89.
Coulson very much on the cusp now. Pallett looks like he's just run out of a bit of puff hit. He's pushed and probed his opponent all the way, but
58.
Coulson,
Derek, you require 72.
unsurprisingly, has all the answers. But has he got all the points? He's going to get a couple of match starts here at double 12.
60.
But that is now 4 darts missed to win this game.
So far, it's 13 darts missed on the outer ring tonight.
81.
Can he eventually get it won?
12.
Double six for 4-3 win to kick Champions Night off. Down for double three.
9.
He's left himself on 3 and Pallett's left himself on a bogey. This could get rather murky if Pallett hits big here.
130.
That is dangerous.
Derek,
That is...
3.
Over to you, Derek Coulson.
It's the Madhouse, and it's rather obscured, but he nettles away through, and eventually Derek Coulson wins the first match of Champions Night 12. He beats his good friend David Pallett in a last leg decider, and DC, the bookmaker's favourite to go on and lift the trophy tonight, is off to a winning start. It wasn't easy. He had to come back from 2-0 behind. He'll know there's areas to sharpen up on, but he'll be happy with the win nonetheless. Next up is Keegan Brown against Neil Duff. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
Time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion
Welcome back to Champions Night here at Series 12 at the Modus Super Series, live on Pluto TV. And what a start to the evening. Derek Coulson with a 4-3 win against the tenacious David Pallett. Coulson landing a crucial double one in a tense last leg to cross the line and get the opening victory. On to Group 2 now then, and Neil Duff, playing in his first Champions Night, is taking on the former World Youth Champion. It's time for Keegan Brown.
We are the eye of the needle.
Up to double 16. Well, that is a bit more like it for the needle.
This one might be about to end. It's great from Brown. 2 clinical finishes at the end of that one.
Double. Well, the first time was so nice, it just had to do it twice. Bullseye. To reel it in. It's another beauty for Keegan Brown.
Hello and welcome back to the Modus Super Series Champions Night, coming to you from the Live Lounge, Portsmouth. We are live on Pluto TV. It's now time for our second match. Firstly, would you please welcome a 2-time Pro Tour winner, the 2014 Youth World Champion, the Needle, Keegan Brown, and 5-time Super Series Weekly winner, and the 2022 WDF World Champion, Duffman Neil Duff.
Yeah, it is Champions Night and a couple of champions on the stage, not just weekly winners here at the Live Lounge, but both of these men have won titles all around the world. Neil Duff, plenty on the WDF circuit, including that Lakeside World Championship winning. Keegan Brown has won plenty on the PDC circuit, a couple of Pro Tour titles to his name, beating all of the best players in the world in his time on the Pro Tour, and of course a former World Youth Champion. Finished second in Group A despite being the outsider. Won Group B despite being the outsider. And guess what? He's the outsider with the bookmakers again tonight. He'll have the bit between his teeth, but Neil Duff finally makes it to a Champions Night, getting through in that Group B in 3rd place. Now he's here. Can he go all the way? Let's find out. Time to hand you back to comms then. Devon Peterson and Laura Turner will talk you through this one.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chris. Well, what a start to this evening's session. We just saw Derek Coulson get the better of Dave Pallett, but now we move on to Group 2. Keegan Brown taking on Neil Duff, and in terms of their meetings throughout the week, very much level 1 apiece. Neil Duff getting the better of Keegan Brown. He was a little bit out of sorts when he turned up on Thursday evening, but wow, did he bounce back, and bounce back in some style, which included last night we saw that emphatic 107 average. Big finishes 54 galore. I'm expecting quite a bit from this.
Considering the fact that he's, again, an outsider, 9-1, the Needle will certainly not be liking that. Duff, for me, though, he's such a consistent performer, especially on a Saturday. A serial winner, 13 times been on that stage on a Saturday. So it should be as comfortable as sitting in his living room with his slippers on. But tonight, it's different. It's worth £25,000. I mean, it's not your daily wage, but I mean, for players, it's a lot of money.
Yeah, no, I wish it was, but no, absolutely, there's so much on the line. It's not just about the prestige of lifting that series championship title, but as you say, the things that players can do in terms of career progression and even in their day-to-day lives, picking up a cheque as big as £25,000. It's yeah, there's a lot to play for. And when you think how many players have performed in Series 12, 6 remain.
92.
If you missed the action
Keegan
before this,
require
Derek Coulson
148.
beat Dave Pallett 4-3. Brownier had an opportunity there
24.
on the
Now we require
148.
151.
But Duff, you feel as though he'll probably be in an advantageous position.
57.
Both players missing a
Keegan
treble
require
at
124.
the wrong time. But the 1-2-4 for Keegan is more than likely. It's unfortunate.
56.
94 now. Laura, in this
Now we
position,
require
do you go 25 or
94.
54?
He's aggressive. He's going straight for the treble 18, but yeah, 90 left. Mate, well, should opt to stay there, try and find a route through. Yeah, I find with some players, you just know that they're
Keegan
just
requires
always going to go that
68.
more aggressive route, not play the statistics and go for the 25. This is a real opportunity. First leg on the board here in front of a packed house in the live lounge.
52. Now you require 36.
Tentative start for both.
Neil Duff will want to follow that dart, and he
Game
does,
show
and clips the
Neil
wire, clips the flight into the double 18.
Second leg, it's Neil to throw first.
That 94 for
Game
me, I would have gone for 25, making sure that I do have an opportunity. But now that has settled down the Duff man.
140.
140. That's an early break as well. Thinking that on a Saturday, when you have that early break and it's your first game,
93.
great little settler.
I think getting your first leg in any first round, it's a massive settler. But I do agree, if you can find that break, it just gives you that little bit of breathing room. And now we're seeing Duff just start to go through the gears.
Back-to-back 140s here.
58.
Brown with a treblers visit. And that's unfortunate.
Now, there is a slight pattern when it comes to Keegan Brown when he starts in a new group.
91.
Group A, very slow to get out the traps. Lost his first couple of games. He was slow in his opening match, which happened to be against Neil Duff when he made it through to Group B. He cannot afford a slow start here tonight. You mentioned it with Henry earlier. It's not a disaster if you lose your first round, your first group stage match, but you want to lose close. You want it to be tight. As Duff looks at the ball.
90.
Didn't have to go for it. Opts to set up.
Sets up with the double tops now.
54.
Yesterday,
Now we
back
require
end
40.
of his campaign, the double tops wasn't landing, and it was landing low. But he always finds a double 10. He's going to have to squeeze it in. Does
Game
squeeze
show
it
the
in. And
second leg.
the double 10 now
Neil
for
Duff.
Neil Duff means that he's broke and hold. So it's a 2-0
Third
lead
leg, it's
for
Keegan to throw first.
Duff. The
Game
needle can't start slow because Neil Duff might punish him. And if this is a 4 legs to 0
55.
or 4 legs to 1, it will mean that Keegan Brown might have to do something special in his second game.
Yeah, and that second game will be the last of the group
100.
stages. That's Charlie Mambi waiting in the wings. It could be an interesting lineup, depending on how match number 2 goes. It could just be a straight shootout between the two of them if Neil Duff gets past them
140.
both.
He knows where the camera is. Duff knows where the camera is.
140.
It's zooming in. Another 140 there for Duff, and it seems as though Neil Duff doing just enough.
139.
Some dartboard maths there, you can tell. He's done a lot on the board, and knowing when you have 306 left, you can't go 20, because if you throw 140, it's 166. But this 16 is not going to go, so Neil Duff has an opportunity to make it 3-0.
59. Now we require 121.
Down for treble 17. Well, won't go. So these are the shots that
37.
Keegan Brown was so
Keegan,
good
you
on throughout the
require
group stages.
108.
These are the ones tonight that he's going to have to start finding.
Just not all clicking for Keegan. Neil Duff now on 64. Might go 8. Oh, we went for 8, got 16.
32.
unlucky. So Keegan Brown now has an opportunity to hold through with 66. This might stay there. Does not.
34.
Changes the opportunity, changes the route.
Now we require
He's had a couple of goes, Keegan Brown, at the outer ring when he's thrown first in a leg, but Duff, this would be a second break if he can find double four.
Game show
Double four, last start in hand. Keegan Brown sat on 32. That one would have hurt.
I don't think it's just going to hurt. It's like
first. Game on.
It's like being hit with Thor's hammer.
100.
Simply breaking your soul. Because now he's staring down the battle of a 4-0 loss. Simply because
77.
Duff's been playing steady. Currently averaging 85. Keegan is a full 10 points behind on the average. And Neil Duff knows all he just needs to do is stay
100.
steady and just throw 10 at a time. It will put so much pressure on Keegan Brown.
Yeah, things just haven't gone the way of the Needle so far tonight. But I agree, Neil Duff, he is just one of those kind of very clinical professional operators up on the oche. He wants to see off his opponent as quickly as possible, and he's making light work of Keegan Brown.
Every time Keegan exhales, Neil Duff just squeeze.
121.
Like an anaconda. And this is now 6 darts away from a 4-0er. Unless Keegan Brown finds 3 in the red bet.
60.
Yeah, and you think he's going to need all 3, at least a 2 treble visit from this point. And have to hope that Neil Duff can't convert the 141, but
85.
He does pick off an 85 at the last, but he's afforded Neil Duff 6 darts from the 141, and he's going to need them all.
81.
Steady 81, leaving him on a 2-dot outshot. It's now a little bit of juggling. And the comedy. Another one as well. Neil Duff.
95.
Setting easy now. And
60.
this 60, put him into 4, but might be an exhibition shot, yeah. Chasing around, needs double 5.
50.
Does not get it. So Keegan Brown
requires 78.
not just juggling the darts, but juggling with fate.
2 more darts for Brown, but this would be a break and throw, and Brown converts to 78 to keep this match alive. One match dart come and gone for Neil Duff, and it was suitably punished by Keegan Brown.
Neil Duff now missed 8 darts in the outer ring.
134.
We said this week, though, when they were playing in Group B, those are the opportunities that you need to take. Not just on Champions Night, or the Saturday, but
30.
When you played in Group B and there was that little gap left, Brown sometimes just switches on, and then this game could go all the way, and who knows what happens in that last leg.
Yeah, there were moments last night that Keegan Brown just looked like he couldn't miss a treble, couldn't miss a big finish, and you know he's got those levels, but it is producing it here on a Saturday. Today is a different date. Dart players are human beings after all. But how tight that group was, I mean, a testament to that was the last game for these two was against each other. Both went up there, both thought they had to win. Neither of them knew if they were through or not. As it turned out, they were both through anyway.
131.
Keegan now flicking the switch after Duff missing 3, getting the tops and then chasing around.
96. Keegan require 136.
136 now for Keegan. Doesn't need to get it, just needs to set it up nicely.
54.
But even if Keegan doesn't get across the line, just these couple of legs that he might be able to chalk up could offer a bit of a lifeline as we go through the rest of the group.
140.
And that's a flip 140 now for Neil Duff. Keegan Brown finds the treble 14. Now needs the double tops. Chasing it on double 10.
72.
Does not get it. So Duff
now we require
with a 10 topper.
He's already had one match start. Will he get another one here? He was going for the tops combination,
41.
and that last one,
require 10.
absolutely nowhere to be found. And it's Brown to pull it back within one.
No score.
That's a low and left. That was a David Evans miss.
59.
But Neil Duff, 59 now, to win the opener. Can't believe his luck. Double tops, most of the time favorable.
39.
Bends the wire.
Keegan to require.
Keegan has
10.
another opportunity. Nice and high. Nice and low. Misses.
score. Now we require 20.
Keegan Brown left shaking his head because Neil Duff's afforded more match-winning chances, and this time Neil Duff does not make a mistake. Neil Duff runs out a 4-1 winner. It was a fifth leg that was dominated by Brown, but Duff managing to find a way, and it's him that chalks up the first couple of points in Group 2. There is the tail of the tape. There was a few missed doubles from both in the end, but it's Neil Duff with those valuable 2 points. Well, we go back to Group number 1, where Pallett takes on Sykes.
$54. Charlie require 164. $44. $32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score, leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts, but he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
require
Yoki with
20.
a chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got out the match. And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife.
Welcome back to Champions Night here at the Modus Super Series, where we've seen 2 matches so far. A bit of a thriller between Derek Coulson and David Pallett. And is that going to be a killer for Keegan Brown, losing 4-1 to Neil Duff in his opening game? Pallett and Sykes are going to play next. But before we get into that, Laura Turner has joined me to reflect on what we've seen so far. Let's start with the first match. Emotional stuff between the pair of them at the end. They do know each other really well. Derek obviously very aware of what David Pallett's going through. But David Pallett was heroic once again, wasn't he, despite defeat there?
Yeah, he had the potential to get across the line against Derek Coulson. He caught Derek really early on, kind of raced into a bit of a lead, forced the tiebreaker in the end, but Derek Coulson just held his nerve right at the very end, because I'm telling you now, 3 is not a given, especially when you've just seen your opponent leave 32.
And especially where that first start lands. He actually used it, didn't he, as a bit of a guide to get over the top. He just trusts his throw, doesn't he, and trusts the behaviour of his darts.
It was really interesting when we spoke to him back on Wednesday after he'd won the group, and it was something he said that he is quite able to bounce back from the disappointment of losing a leg. He always believes he's still in a match. He always believes he can still get across the line. It's not over till it's over. And actually, I think a lot of players can take a lot from that, because you have to stay in a leg. You have to keep competitive.
We'll have more of a word on David Pallett in a second, because he's going to play Tom Sykes. Neil Duff, 4-1 against Keegan Brown. I mean, that's some way to introduce yourself to Champions Night, isn't it?
Well, we did say it earlier, didn't we, that Neil Duff is very accustomed to getting across the line on a Saturday. He's just not done it in Champions Week. But the fact he's here, he's a player that likes to play in front of a crowd. For me, Keegan was just a bit too slow. He started to warm to the task at the tail end, but then the handful of missed darts at a double in leg number 5, and he just afforded a bit too many opportunities to Neil Duff in the end.
Is Keegan putting himself in that position again where people will write him off? Is there a way back for Keegan Brown, I guess, is what I'm asking?
There's always a way back, but the fact that you've also got Charlie Mambi, who is another favourite coming into tonight, it's going to be difficult. I think the best possible result really for Keegan would be for Neil Duff to go and beat Charlie Mambi, and then those two just play it out as a head-to-head, because otherwise, if it goes the way of Charlie Mambi, then it could be difficult, if not almost impossible, for Keegan.
David Pallett coming up again next against Tom Sykes, who's kind of in that nice position where the player that he's about to play has already lost, meaning he can go through with just one win here. Is that kind of the perfect place to be on a finals night? Yeah,
I think so. Obviously, David Pallett's been out, and he's experienced the crowd, experienced the stage. But we know Tom is a player that knows this stage very, very well. He knows he's got the opportunity in front of him. There'll be no drama. However, this is Champions Night. This is Saturday. There's always a bit of drama.
Yeah, there always is. Right, let's get a word from Tom Sykes. Then he spoke to Henry Deacon a little earlier this evening.
Tom, another Champions Week, another Champions Night, but what will be your overall assessment of the way things have gone so far this week?
I don't think everything's clicked at the same time, to be fair. I've been scoring well one day and missing doubles, and then not scoring very well and taking finishes out, but last night it seemed to all come together when I needed it.
Although you did save your best for the very last night. That performance in your final games, the best ever average you've ever had at a Champions Week here at the Super Series. Is that a little bit of frustration, but also a little bit of motivation, the fact that you know the game's there, but it's also frustrating that it's not coming out maybe as often as you'd want it to?
Yeah, I said to myself before, I spoke to Paul before, and I said I'm going to try and do everything I can to get through, and I needed to produce something like that all night, and I ended up doing it, and I've got through, so I'm happy.
Right, let's talk about the elephant in the room, because we're back at another Champions Night. Obviously, you've come close a couple of times to lifting the title. Do you believe in third time being the charm?
Yeah, well, I've also seen that it's 3 times between each one. So I lost in Series 6, Series 9, and now it's Series 12. So hopefully that's another good omen for me.
Where do you think you developed as a player from the one that lost to Darius this time last year to the one that you're at now?
I feel like I'm a bit more consistent. My averages are a lot higher. Obviously, the doubling's a bit off every now and again, but if everything clicks, I don't think I'll be too far away.
This is kind of all full circle, isn't it, for yourself? You came here as an ADC qualifier. Tonight you could walk out the champ.
Yeah, it's always nice to be in a Champions Night. It's always nice to be in a finals night, and hopefully I can go one step further this time and win it.
I wish you all the very best. Go well. Tom, good luck out there.
Cheers.
Double 18 for a 1-2-1 and one apiece, and we have parity.
So, an incredible style. It's double 18 for 150. Check out. Bullseye says yes. Bullseye's got.
It's on. Bullseye for another 170, and Tom Sykes
double top. It's an awesome fourth title for Tom Sykes.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series Champions Night. Coming to you from the Live Lounge, Portsmouth. We are live on Pluto TV. Now, would you please welcome a winner of the Challenge Tour, a UK Open semi-finalist, David Pallett, and a Challenge Tour finalist, a two-time Modus Super Series runner-up, Tom Sykes.
Yeah, here we go then. It's elimination time effectively here. David Pallett is in that do-or-die situation. The Group C runner-up after that 4-3 defeat to Derek Coulson in the opening match of the night must win to stay in. Whereas Tom Sykes, well, if he wins, he is through to the semi-finals and would take Derek Coulson with him. Talking you through this one then, Laura has returned to the commentary box where she's joining Henry Deacon.
Yeah, thank you very much, Murph. It's fairly simple for David Pallett. It's all knockout from here. Loses this one, then he is heading home. For Tom Sykes, he can head through to the semi-finals with a game to spare. Any win would send both him and Derek Coulson into the final four. If David Pallett was to win this game 4-0, 4-1 or 4-2, he would go through to the semi-finals. And if Pallett wins this game 4-3, whisper it rather quietly, Laura, there is a possibility still of a 9-dart shootout on Champions Night.
Yeah, still plenty of group stage action to come in this Series 12 Champion Night finals. But as you say, I think a player like Tom Sykes, he'd be more than aware. He's been in this situation on several occasions previously. He'd be more than aware that a win here, and that'll see him through to the semi-finals. And then it would be just down to Sykes and Coulson to battle it out as to who finishes top of Group 1.
Well, for David Pallett, this could well be the final match of his season, because of the fact he won't be playing at Lakeside this week. May well be the last time we see him in 2025. He's kind of intimated that maybe in 2026 we won't see him as vigorously as we have done in previous campaigns. For Tom Sykes, he's hoping that this Champions Night and the ADC Global Championship, which he'll be playing on Tuesday, will be the last couple of occasions that he plays here for a while, because for him it's very much full focus on Q-School and elusively getting that tour cards. It was a big favour to get one last year, was unable to do so, but he'll be hoping another year further down the track and another year wide, he'll be in a better position to go and do that. He's in a decent position here to breathe the throw at David Pallett in this opening leg, but a troublous score there has opened up the door for DP.
You go look back at Tom Sykes' two campaigns. He came through Group A, had to battle to make it through to Group B. Finds himself in Group B and had to battle just to make it here. Ended up finishing second by way of that emphatic 4-0 victory over Jensen Walker in the very last match in the early hours of this morning.
A record-breaking match, the highest ever average we've seen at a Champions Week. Pallett free in hand to take the opening leg. Couldn't find tops. And couldn't find tens either, and so Sykes looking at double six to get himself up and running. And up and running he is. Used that first dart as a perfect guide for dart 2. And there is the Tom Sykes clan. His dad, his partner, his manager, all in the crowd. And Adam Leake, somebody we're going to see next week at the ADC Global Championship, has put himself into the Sykes corner. It's a family affair for the Castleford Tiger, and it would be an emotional night if he was to eventually cross the line and become Super Series champion.
Indeed it would. It was interesting hearing that Tom Sykes is very much aware of every time he's made it through to a championship final. He said Series 6, Series 9, and this being Series 12. But actually, you go back to 12 months ago in
36.
Series 9, and he was again in the same group as Derek Coulson.
However, if he believes in superstition, he better not, because in his Champions Week finals, he's lost 4-1 in the first, 4-2 in the second. So it means if he gets to the final, he probably loses 4-3, Laura.
Tommy requires.
But he's in a very good position here. First 180 of this particular max. Double six to lead 2-0.
72.
He's not going to find it in consecutive legs just yet. And that 180 means we are 2 off, 2,700 for the series.
86. Tommy required.
Tom Sykes had to get past a couple of misses in the opening, but this is a dominant second leg on throw for Sykes.
6.
Interesting there, because he had options. He's got time on his side. Other players may have opted to either bust or switch over for a single 2 to leave double 2. Double 3 is not many players' favourite.
Well, Paul Nicholson's labelled it the trap door. And now there is even more trepidation. And if anything, he got further away. And this really would be a pinch from Pallett if he could find the big fish. But it's not going to be on the dish. It's off the menu, off the cards. And so Sykes back again for double 3.
Persevering with that double 3, and it's 1 double 1 now, the combination he's looking for.
4. David, it require 142.
Well, this leg has a feel of tortoise and hare about it. Tom Sykes came rampaging out the traps. Can't finish the leg off. And Pallett looking at 142 to level up at 1-1. He's not going to pull off a Houdini-esque act of darting escapology, but Sykes is in the madhouse and makes no mistake, and eventually opens up a 2-0 lead.
Third leg, it's David to throw first.
When we were talking about Tom Sykes and his performances throughout the week at the top of the show, the one thing I did mention was it was that consistency. He had to do everything right at the last minute. The 115 average, which we mentioned, that got him through
75
to finals night, but nothing was as plain sailing as what we're used to seeing from Tom Sykes. For some players, that's what champions night can do for you.
Well, there's an urgency about tonight, isn't there, which you don't get at any other point in the week. You lose the first game this evening, you're in big trouble.
57.
Where we've seen in Group B, Tom Sykes only picked up 2 points on Thursday, but he had that wriggle room on Friday to get himself out of the mess that he originally put himself in. You don't get that luxury here.
No, and the prospect for Tom Sykes is a meeting with Derek Coulson, and I mentioned they were in the same group back in Champions Night Series 9. But looking over their head-to-head record, Tom Sykes has not got past Derek Coulson once. He lost in all 3 group stages and lost back in Series 9.
95.
You just sense that Tom is probably aware of all of this and he knows he can get the job done here and now.
59. Tommy
Well, he had 3 top plus checkouts in his Group B campaign, and he's a man who is trying to tot up the record for most 170s in this building. 7 of them is the record held by Scott Taylor, somebody who beat him in a Champions Week final back in Series 6 almost a couple of years ago.
23. Tommy
now looking to climb the ladder to climb into a 3-0 lead. It's awkward, but he manages to find a way through. It's double top for 3-0 and full command of the contest. And the Castleford Tiger is just beginning to purr now. Tom Sykes 3-0 up. And has he just began to break the back of David Pallett here?
Yeah, for Tom Sykes, that will do him the world of good because he fluffed the lines in leg number 2 in terms of effectively finishing off the leg.
I know it's been a difficult week for David, despite the fact he's playing in a first Champions Week, but what positives, or what can he take generally from this week going forward? Is it very difficult to try and make heads and tails? Is it very much what he feels?
Absolutely. Definitely. Doesn't need to necessarily take anything from this. It's just the fact that from our point of view, it's the courage and the conviction that he's stood up there on that stage knowing that he's not playing
95
at the levels that he'd like to, but the fact that he's not just turned up here, he's been competitive. He's made it through to finals night through Group C.
However, Tom Sykes could potentially get the job done with a 10-darter. And having spurned a myriad of opportunities in leg 2, he has gone full foot on the throttle from that point onwards. Found the 120 finish in the previous leg and now could wrap it up with a 10.
No
that
score.
Came in and came back out again.
32 has not been the kindest of doubles to Tom Sykes, who can see the funny side of it at the moment, as can Dave Pallett.
For whom his quest to win the title is going to come to an end in a few moments' time, you feel. Tom Sykes looking at double 16. The Castleford Tigers' quest to eventually pick up that elusive Super Series crown is off to a winning start. A 4-0 win, a destruction of David Pallett. Dad's happy, son's even happier. Tom Sykes is into the semi-finals, as too is Derek Coulson. Done in the space of 8.5 minutes. Tom Sykes and Derek Coulson will play off to see who wins Group 1, having got through Group 1. Next up, Neil Duff takes on Charlie Mambi.
Welcome back. We are 3 games into Champions Night on Series 12, and we know 2 of the semi-finalists already. Derek Coulson and Tom Sykes will both progress from Group 1 and will play off to see who wins that group in game number 5 tonight. That means that David Pallett departs, but I think everybody will agree that he has been nothing short of heroic in qualifying for finals night, going through some issues with his throw, and we wish him well as he goes back now to try and get that sorted. Neil Duff, though, with a 4-1 win over Keegan Brown, has put himself in an excellent position ahead of game 4. And I know that a lot of people have been rather impatient to see Charlie Mambi tonight. He's the name on everybody's lips. Do not fear, he's about to take to the stage. But first, he had a chat with Henry.
Charlie, so a little bit of a roller coaster of a Champions Week for yourself. What would be your overall assessment of it all?
Yeah, I think it were all right. I think I played well in the times that I needed to do, and yeah, come through to another Saturday on a very tough week.
How key was reset mentality, particularly on Thursday going into that Group C campaign?
Yeah, definitely. I think I resetted well Wednesday night after Group A, and knew I had to hit hard on Thursday in Group C. So yeah, it is a big thing. Sometimes you have even less time than what I did to recover and get back to where I need to be. But yeah, I think I did well.
What do you feel like you've done right this week?
I think key moments in games, timing, I think has been good, and yeah, I think sometimes like missed doubles here and there, but I think that's just darts all over, isn't it? So yeah, I think just bits and bats really. I think scoring's been good. Yet again, just an odd score here and there, which can, in a week like this, can take you out of legs. So.
You've had a really good year this year. Obviously, people spoke about what you've done on the development tour, what you've done in other places. But what would winning tonight compare to the other things you've done this year?
Yeah, it'd be up there, 100%. I think it'd be one of the greatest achievements of my career so far. So yeah, it's up there.
I know you want to fully focus on tonight, but obviously there's a lot ahead of you with the World Championship. Obviously, the first round you're going to have Cameron Menz in that particular tournament. How much can you use this as a way to kind of get the stage game together? Particularly now you've got a crowd here tonight, you're going to get that instant feedback going into that World Championship debut.
Yeah, I think obviously I want to focus on tonight, but I think this will put me in good stead with, sell-out crowd and, yeah, just stage practice and sort of getting used to it. So, yeah, I think it'll do me well running up to the World.
Got a few down?
Not really, no, just my mum, dad and my missus.
Humble lad from Huddersfield looking to win the big title. Charlie, wish you all the very best tonight.
Thank you.
He'd be Bumblebee Man because he's a man-bee.
Charlie Mambi looking to exercise that in terms of the scoreline. He's going to go for the big fish. He's going to get the big fish.
Various different routes to progress. Wow. And what about that?
It goes. And it does go. Could be deadly. Ball.
Bingo! Well, that is a special finish.
Charlie Mambi.
There's the 180.
180.
Oh, and he does it without even looking.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series Champions Night. Coming to you from the Live Lounge, Portsmouth. We are live on Pluto TV. First, would you please welcome a 5-time Super Series weekly winner, the 2022 WDF World Champion, Duffman Neil Duff, and one of the most exciting prospects in darts, a development tour title winner, the record-breaking Champagne Charlie Mambi.
Yeah, Charlie Mambi takes to the stage for the first time tonight, a real hot prospect in the world of darts. Reference was made to that record-breaking 130-plus average that he had earlier this year. Neil Duff, one of the senior slingers in the sport now, 53. got through to Champions Night for the first time and is looking to add the Super Series trophy to his cabinet. As for Mambi, just 20 years of age from Huddersfield in West Yorkshire, came through Group C after a disappointing start to the week, finishing 5th out of 6 in Group A. Duff can get the job done here if he gets to a couple of legs, and guiding you through the action are Henry Deacon and Devon Peterson.
Thank you very much, Murph. And so game number 4, a meeting between Neil Duff and Charlie Mambi. For Neil Duff, as Murph rightly said, a couple of legs good enough to send him through. But for Charlie Mambi, for everything that he's done in 2025, this could be the biggest thing that he has done this calendar year. The biggest title he's picked up this calendar year. And who knows, he may well do a Darius Labanauskas on us. Win the title, never to be seen again, because many think that this young man's going to get a tour card at Q-School in January. He's going to make his World Championship debut in December when he takes on Cameron Menzies in the first round. As for Neil Duff, he's a man who's been there, seen it, done it, won it. He's got the T-shirt, he's got the star on the back of his shirt. He'll be heading to the Lakeside come what may tomorrow morning to attempt to win a second WDF World Championship crown. But this is one that'll lose him. For everything that's on his mantelpiece, a Champions Week is one of those trophies that he is yet to get his hands on, Dev.
I think for Duff, it's one of the trophies
121.
that we would like to put onto his mantelpiece before he goes to Lakeside, because that would be not just a confidence
72.
booster, but also just a closure of the year for the Modus Super Series for him. But if he wins it,
100.
will he lift the Lakeside Trophy again?
Well, that's Charlie Mambi. Travelled 5 hours down from
99.
Yorkshire to
Charlie
Portsmouth to watch his son tonight. Possibly lift the biggest title of his career so far. Could he get off to a perfect start? Double 10 for 140 check and a 12 darter to kick off his Champions Night campaign. And that a glimpse as to why Charlie Mambi is one of this sport's hottest prospects.
What a shot there from Charlie Mambi. Just finding it so
45.
easy, though. The level that he's playing at is... it's all becoming of the sport right now. It's the young players taking over, turning up, fearless. But we did make mention of it this week, is that the platform, Modus Super Series, the ADC, it's that continuous competition
100.
at the highest level, but also factoring in the crowd, the camera, the lights, and all the big nights and the atmosphere that build up. Players are now not scared to play on stage and play their best darts, and you'll hear a lot of them say it in front of crowds, and we just witnessed something beautiful and special. Long may it continue.
60.
Sid Waddell famously said when Phil Taylor won the World Match Play, this kid could beat them all. And there really is a sense that Charlie Mambi could be a world beater in his own right. He's been bigged up right from the very first start, and he doesn't look like somebody that gets fazed by the attention that he's had in recent weeks and recent months.
140.
I think he's, and that's what I said early on, it's the arrogance on stage, but humility off. It's the swag he has. It's just
140. Charlie,
he just wants to play darts at the very best level, and we've seen him take out a ton topper 140. It's not going to be the 156, but he's going to have to leave it handy.
80.
Duff is now on 1-1.
Famous Champions Night checkout taken this way by Andreas Harrison, but he's not going to do what Dirty Harry
38.
did in the final leg of
Charlie
Series 7. And so
76.
Mambi to accrue a 2-0 lead. Look at it, 76. Duff only needs a couple of legs to go through. And the psyche may very drastically change here. Mambi 2-0 up in next to no time at all. Duff swimming against the tide. And he may well have to utilise his lifeline here, that he doesn't have to win this game. He just has to win a couple of legs.
And as easy as you say it, that couple of legs won't come easy. Charlie Mambi now currently avraging just over 100 Duff not doing too bad with a 92 and change. But just no shots at a double.
96.
You need to have shots at a double to win. As straightforward as it is and as simple as that is, doesn't seem that against Charlie Man because he's not putting a foot wrong tonight.
100.
Well, the Modus Super Series has a grand history of bringing through great young talents, and Charlie Mambi is looking to become the third teenager to lift this trophy after Jensen Walker and Luke Littler on a couple of occasions, having finished 4th on the Development Tour Order of Merit at the end of the 2025 season. And actually, he could make a little bit of Super Series history tonight because only Conan Whitehead has won a series, having been given a second invitation. That was in the very first series. And there is a little bit of serendipity, the fact that Charlie Mambi's even here. But my goodness, is he making the most of the opportunity, the second opportunity he's been afforded.
41. Charlie require 94.
94 now to go 3-0 up.
70.
Does not happen.
Neil,
So
require 106.
we've seen this 160 go a few times this week. It's not going to go now. So Charlie Mambi looking at double 10 for 3-0.
100.
And you have to say, so
Charlie
far, this has
require
been
20.
routine. In fact, 5 minutes have just about elapsed in this contest. But Charlie Mambi hasn't yet found himself 3-0 up. And this is where best of 7 games can very quickly swing. Mambi's missed a few darts to go 3-zip up. Duff cannot find the double 10 all tops
Charlie require
to bring it back
10.
to 2-1. So Mambi afforded another chance. He's going to split.
Game show number 3.
Split he does.
Charlie Mambi.
That now puts him 3-0 to the good. And
Full flag is
this,
Charlie to throw first.
this could change the complex of the group,
Game
though.
on.
Duff knows he needed 2. Charlie Mambi, yeah, with a 4-0 win, will get him through.
57.
He would be the third of 4 names into these semi-finals. We know that Derek Coulson and Tom Sykes will be there, having both beaten David Pallett already this evening. And Charlie Mambi is in no mood to give an inch of sweat to Neil Duff right now.
That would see the bookies' favourites, 1, 2, and 3 going to semis. So far, looks like that is the case.
And the other thing as well, Devon, is Neil Duff doesn't throw any more darts in this group stage. So if it was to be 4-0 to Charlie Mambi, where he doesn't get the allotted legs he needs, he's got to watch on and hope that the result of Mambi and Brown in the final pool stage game works in his favour.
140.
He's probably going to end up being Charlie Mambi's biggest fan in a few moments' time here, Neil. But one thing we know about the Duff man is regardless of the situation, he is always going to scrap. And that, 180 number 2,700 for
85.
Series 12.
From a serious campaign as well. You feel as though a ton there would have been beautiful, but only managing a 97. So that means 137 has to go. The Duff man has an opportunity.
97.
We can see this flip now.
We require 97.
It's been happening all week, but he has to find a treble.
Doesn't get. Charlie Mambi knew that a 4-0 win would be good enough to send him through to the semi-finals. And he has 3 darts at double top to ensure his place into the final 4 in about 8 minutes flat. But Champagne Charlie Mambi certainly bubbling up, isn't he? A 4-0 win, a demolition of the Duff man sees him into the semi-finals. This young man from Huddersfield is potentially 3 games away from writing his name into the Super Series history books and continuing this tournament's trend of producing young talent into major winners. Mambi 4, Duff 0. Next up, Tom Sykes takes on Derek Coulson.
He will be disappointed with that. He wanted to have
Graham
one dart.
requires 20.
Graham Usher wins the first game. of Champions Night, and it was an absolute ripper. He hit one of them on tops. He missed one on double 12. Which one is it? It's the hit!
Outside opportunity for Andy Hamilton. Van der Velde should be getting a match start again here. He's already had one. Mr. Dart at tops for the match to win 4-1. And he Dart at double 16, gets the job done there for Jurgen van der Velde. He gets over the line with a 4-2-6.
Did he go for tops, or did he just overshoot the single? Jimmy doesn't care. Jimmy just looks to eat this up to make the semi-finals for the second time. Adam Kaplas has been eliminated. Keep us guessing. This time he's trying to leave double 18. He knows best, and he takes the lead. He is 2 darts away from a Super Series final. He's 1 dart away. He doesn't need any more darts. Jeff Smith makes the Series 11 final. Is Usher losing his cool a little bit here?
Oh, absolutely. Right now, I'd say the head's gone, and you don't have long to recover. It is very, very short format darts. Van Skeet's halfway to victory.
He only needs one more. Jimmy Van Skeet is yet again into a Modus Super Series final.
Flashback vibes. Can Jimmy Van Skeet do the same? Just needs the one treble here on the 19s. Finds it. For the ball.
101!
Oh, unlucky. A lot of pressure on it. He's going to split it. 2 darts for double 4 for the match.
Game! Shot! And the Modus Super Series 11 champion! Jeff Smith!
Welcome back. Well, we're ticking them off, aren't we? We've got 3 players through to the semi-finals now. Derek Coulson and Tom Sykes, both by virtue of beating David Pallett in Group 1. They're going to play off to see who wins that group. But Neil Duff, well, he was on the brink of qualification after a 4-1 win over Keegan Brown. But it's actually Charlie Mambi who's gone through, beating Neil Duff 4-0 in the game we just saw before the break. Keegan Brown can still get through, but if Charlie Mambi plays like he just did, that's going to be difficult. Devon Peterson has joined me for a chat. Let's talk about Charlie Mambi, because it was a champagne performance to kick off his night, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think that 140 just kind of pushed out a marker, and you understand that playing against Neil Duff isn't easy when you play near, but Charlie Mambi just made the Modus Super Series stage on a Saturday look like a walk in the park. I mean, that 4-0 victory books himself into the knockout round, but it also gives him an opportunity to just reset and get himself ready for the knockout round. He's playing Keegan Brown, but to him that match doesn't matter. He wants to go in there as obviously top of the group, and doing that easily as well against Neil Duff. Neil Duff will be praying and hoping that Charlie Mambi does exactly what he done to Neil Duff, to Keegan Brown.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned the 140 we just saw. That must have settled him immediately.
Yeah, and I think, I mean, just starting it out like that, when you come to Champions Week, knowing you're playing for such a big prize as well, but it's testament to the maturity that he's shown all this week and the consistency. Averaged 95 and made it look quite easy. I think that he's still got 2 or 3 more gears to come tonight. So, yeah, it's going to be tough for Keegan, and I'm sure that for everybody else that's already booked themselves in the knockout round, they also hoping that Charlie Mambi doesn't go on a rampage.
Yeah, well, Tom Sykes and Derek Coulson are the other 2 players through to the semi-finals. They're about to play each other now. How did they approach this game, knowing they're both already through?
I think it's because they're going to play each other in the opposites of draws. So you want to make sure that you get the win, so that if you meet each other in the final, there's a bit of a scar tissue there that you have, and I think that advantage in the final is going to be key and critical if they both make it through the final. So it'll be a very serious game, and one that both of them will want to win.
And of course, you get the advantage of throwing first in the semi-finals, which could be a key factor, couldn't it?
It's always a key factor, especially when you know that you're playing against quality, and that quality means that holding the throw is important. A small break of throw, perfectly timed at 2-all, and you throwing against the throw, that can give you an opportunity to win 4-2. And look, there's loads of things that can happen. The most important thing now is that Charlie Mambi wants to get through, top of the group. I think that, for me, the way in which Derek Coulson played this first game, shaking off the rust, and Tom Sykes now looks poised to rip off his head.
Oh, there we go then. Here we're going to see a head ripped off in this one. Tom Sykes, the Castleford Tiger, taking on Derek Coulson.
It's DC Derek Coulson!
But I think if my game's there and if I'm playing well and the doubles go, again, I'll be hard to beat. So, who knows?
For the biggest of all fishes.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series Champions Night, coming to you from the Live Lounge, Portsmouth. We are live on Pluto TV. And now, would you please welcome a two-time Modus Super Series runner-up, a Challenge Tour finalist, Tom Sykes, and making his 5th consecutive Champions Week appearance, a World Darts Series Championship semi-finalist, DC Derek Coulson!
Yeah, here we go then. This one just to see who tops the table in Group 1. They've both come through their matches with David Pallett in rather different fashion, actually. Derek Coulson kind of had to fight and scrap his good friend in that one. Tom Sykes produced a bit of a demolition job in his first group game. The victor of this will go through to the semi-finals as a group winner and therefore would have the advantage of throwing first. And of course, as Devon Peterson mentioned, this could be a repeat game in the final. So getting that mental edge could be very important for whoever manages to achieve it. And speaking of Devon, he's returned to the commentary box where he's alongside Laura Turner.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chris. Yeah, as you've just explained, these two, they know they'll be in the semi-finals, but they just don't know exactly where they're going to finish in terms of positioning. That advantage of throwing first can be all important when we get to the business end of a Saturday night's finals. But for me, the one stat that stands out is these guys have played each other on 4 separate occasions. They've played each other 3 times this week, and you go back all the way to series number 9 where they met in the group stages, and it was DC once again that got the better of Tom Sykes. Tom Sykes in that then went on to face Darius Labanauskas in the final.
134.
And it was Labanauskas that won. This could be an important point that Chris just made, that when you pick up a weekly win, you don't really mind how you do it, but if you can do it by winning all 4 games, then it just feels all the more special.
Talking to the right person there, Laura. I think most importantly for Tom Sykes, since that last meeting between Coulson and Sykes, you look at how he's played the last 2 days, and for me, I feel as though Sykes just might be in the right
100
psychological space, because it is going to be a kind of performance that is going to need, that will be a marker for potentially what could be the final. And also just over and above that is both of these players are also going to Q School as well. So there's a whole host of what's happening now, but it's all part of this beautiful data network.
100
players in the top just generally play each other so often.
And it's already starting to tick along nicely. These two going blow for blow, but it's Coulson with the first break opportunity. Well, we won't be seeing the 138 from Coulson here.
86. Tommy require 85.
But that's 85 now. 60 needs a bullseye.
60.
It's rapid from Tom Sykes, but slightly to the left. So 52. Here's the shot. And an early break of throw for Derek Coulson.
Game show.
Derek is looking unshakable on the outer ring since his first 2 games against Dave Pallett. He's missed multiple darts at the double.
Game on.
Certainly seems settled now. Those 2 days that he had a holiday, I think he took a flight to Tenerife, came back, got a nice tan, and now back to darting action.
140.
Yeah, Derek Coulson finds himself in that position. We mentioned it previously, but anyone that's won a Group A campaign throughout Series 12 has not gone on to lift the title. The last person to do that was Derek Coulson. He knows how to negotiate having a couple of days off. He'll put his feet up, he'll put in a couple of hours practice. He will just do what's right for him.
I've never had the luxury, Laura, so I wouldn't know. But I do know what it's like to win on that stage. And there you see Dave Pallett watching his good friend Derek Coulson. Came tonight.
140.
But what a sportsman, what a... He personifies fight back, survival, and everything else. And we all wish him all the best. We know he's going to have a couple of days off from the sport of darts and return back to the family.
140.
Derek Coulson and Sykes still have some business to conclude. A 171 will be nice, Laura.
Yeah, 171, very nice indeed, but it's Coulson once again who has this slight lead, the slight advantage. I, for one, think that Tom Sykes is fed up with the fact that he cannot get past Derek Coulson. Is this going to be the moment? Because
92.
For me, Derek Coulson is just one of the coolest characters that we have seen here at the Super Series.
Game show.
DC is as cool as an AC. Derek Coulson now 2-0 up.
Third leg, it's
and Tom Sykes, like you said, tired of hearing game shot. Derek Coulson. We know how fiery Tom Sykes can become, because we've seen it in a couple of matches just last night and this morning. Both players throwing monstrous averages here. This game now 111 and 110.
And for Tom, this is not unfamiliar territory. When they met back on Monday, it was the last match that they played against each other on Monday afternoon. And Tom Sykes fired in 103 average and still lost 4 legs to 2. And I think he's got to the point where he's thinking, how much do I have to do to get past this man? Well,
60.
Maybe a performance like he found against Jensen Walker in the early hours of this morning is on the cards if he's going to get past Derek.
It's not far off, Laura. And still, I mean, Derek just edging closer. And it's the consistency. It is the, like Henry Deacon said, the Rolls Royce of darts. It's just a simple throw. It's a pullback release timing, and he's finding the spots every single time. Tom Sykes might respond with a 180 of his own. The game is gone insane. 107 for Sykes, 112 for Coulson, and a 1-2-1 to go 3-0 ahead. Bullseye now, and Tom Sykes with a grin at the back. 96. And this time, Coulson misses, gives Tom Sykes an opportunity, but does he take it?
Takes it indeed. And yeah, I was looking at Tom in the background because I've had that conversation with Tom, and he just says every time he goes through his own process, he goes back, he kind of looks down, and as soon as he looks up, he said, there's always 2 trebles in that red bit when you play Derek.
Just finds a way.
100.
Finds a way. And I say this with, and you've seen players before go to Q School in great form
93.
and then not kind of perform and just not get it. But he said that there's no pressure. I'm just turning up. I just don't want to have the regret. And I think that's the right mindset to have, because when you go in there, you want to have fun. And dart players have fun when they hit in the target and being accurate. And Derek Coulson, this is as if he is playing in his front room. This is just amazing. Tom Sykes as well,
100.
scoring like a machine. Derek Coulson staying in the 111 area and some change.
I get the feeling that these two, they're playing like players that know that they've got to the point where they need to get to in terms of the semi-finals. So they're playing with such freedom.
100.
If this is Derek Coulson playing without pressure, then I think the rest of the people at Q School need to be, you know, more than aware of what he's capable of.
I think that it's just
Derek,
a level of
170.
how they play. We've seen Tom Sykes do this last night when he needed to beat Jensen Walker and throwing in 115 average under pressure as well, and then doing it with ease. And you just get to a point. I almost expect him to throw the 176.
Yeah, you need a 4th dart for that, and we're not quite there yet. We do like to play around with the formats here, but 4 darts may be a stretch too far. But I don't think a 74 is a stretch too far for Coulson. He's just gone high with the first. 47 left. Double 16 was the double of choice for Derek Coulson, and that's the reason why.
Derek Coulson.
Yeah, Tom Sykes in the background, and just look at that leg by leg. 14-14, 15-15, and you feel like if Sykes is going to break Coulson, well, looking at that, he's going to have to do it in 12 or better.
The 9's on the cards. Henry Deacon's in the building, so it won't be happening. We know that he is the reason why 9 darters don't happen when he's here. But, I mean, if you look at the way in which Coulson throws and just his release and just the analytics, perfection. He has got a dream throw, and all I just wish is I could be Derek Coulson.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of people that wish that. It's just not complicated. And the way he executes everything, it just looks effortless. Tom Sykes does have the slight advantage in leg number 5, but he's going to have to try and make the most of it and try and find a way of breaking Coulson.
Coulson taking a break in this leg, but you know it can go from 0 to 100 real quick. What a way this would be now to set up the 170. He does set up the 170. It is honest. The 170 is there, but Tom Sykes now needs to find a treble. Does not. Laura, you almost feel as though Tom Sykes is fishing in a barrel.
Someone who's going to want to be fishing right now. He did it back on Tuesday, found the big fish, the biggest finish of them all. He's not going to repeat the heroics, so Tom Sykes, just get the feeling that this 80's got to go, because the setup play once again for Derek Coulson on point.
80 for Tom Sykes. So last dart in hand will be in the right corner. Finds that 80, and what a shot under all kinds of pressure. Looks around and he doesn't know whether he has to go first or second. And that's because they're just in the game and it's just going to and fro.
60.
When you find yourself in this kind of game, you know, you get caught up in everything, don't you? And the levels that they're still producing, they're still both way in excess of a ton plus average.
I feel as though Derek Coulson now in this position, he's had a nice sparring match now with Tom Sykes. He'll feel the most comfortable on that stage, not just because he's leading, not because he has the continuous wins against Sykes. It's because Sykes has the He's being mentally drained
60.
by Derek Coulson simply because Derek's not missing anything, and it's a continuation of. This will stand Coulson in good stead.
I think it will stand both of them in good stead, but just saw that
60.
reaction there, and a reaction there from Derek as well, because this leg's just taken a slight turn. Derek Coulson not able to find a big treble. But for me, this is Tom Sykes now realising it's an opportunity, and he's not able to punish. And from those amazingly high levels that we saw in the first 5 legs, this drop-off, you're now seeing them both desperately trying to find a treble because they know that this is an opportunity.
96.
I think it's that opening legs which was more the bout. Swinging, punching, trying to land a knockout blow, and now it's almost understanding. It's okay, I'm ready for what's to come next, which is a knockout. And I think both players, there's no pressure. And they entertain the crowd with the 180s and the high scores. And
55.
And now Derek is showing signs of being human.
Either that or he's determined to hit the big fish, because that's the third time that he's left it in this match alone.
170.
It's not to be. Certainly making sure that Tom Sykes gets a look at the 101 and take us all the way. It's the game that you actually want to see go all the way.
101.
Treble 19 was the route, and it's a 110 on offer for Derek Coulson to see himself across the line once again. A grimace from Tom Sykes.
Perfect first start there. Finds it, and the law of Laura says that Coulson hits the tops.
70.
It's the first time in 19 weeks that the law of Laura has not landed. It's been an LOL, but 32 now. 2 darts in hand, they go all the way. Tom Sykes fights his way back. Derek Coulson misses the 110.
7th fan final leg.
This could be the first final of the night. It's the first final of this group, because the winner
85.
goes to the top of the group. But could we see a repeat of this game later on tonight, and the prize much bigger than just a knockout space?
Yeah, I think before a dart was thrown at the beginning of the week, this was a potential lineup for a lot of people, but you can't really overlook the performance that we saw in Group 2 as well. Charlie Mambi winning that 4-0 against Neil Duff is another one who's really thrown his hat in the ring, and be interesting to see how the very final group game goes in our next match against Mambi, who takes on Brown.
Before we see the champagne and the needle,
121.
we're watching the Castleford Tiger, trying to claw his way back into this game. And the cool 44. AC, that is DC, is also just maintaining. At this point in time, they don't want to burn themselves out, though. You want to make sure that you just maintain this kind of bubbling feeling, this flow state.
Yeah, Coulson for me is a player that I don't think he possibly could particularly burn himself out. But yeah, I get that from Sykes, because you see the frustration, and he's a very animated player up on the oche.
134.
He's an animal. He's a tiger. Lurking in the long grass, and Derek Coulson not finding that first start. First time I've seen him lunge 44. And not set up, so feel as though there's a little bit of a don't fancy it.
Yeah, Sykes has been on the back foot throughout this entire match. He's had a battle to make it get to this 3-all stage, and in the very last leg, he's looking like he may get past DC.
100.
For encounter that we've had so far, Tom Sykes now needs double tops with 2 darts in hand. Tom Sykes is top of the group. Derek Coulson goes in second in the group and hands away. Tom Sykes has finally got a win over Derek Coulson this week, and when you look at it, this could be a repeat final later on. There's the averages, 96 and change for Tom and Derek Coulson 95. We have Charlie Mambi next against Keegan Brown. This could be tasty.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor.
Time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Lidlow.
Welcome back to the end of series, end of year finale here at the Modus Super Series. It's Champions Week of Series 12 and just one more group game to be decided and just one more place in the semi-finals to be decided as well. But it's not between the two players that are playing, it's between Keegan Brown and Neil Duff to join Charlie Mambi in qualifying from Group 2 after Mambi kicked off his campaign with a brilliant whitewash win over Duff. Since then, we've seen Tom Sykes top Group 1 in that straight shootout to win the group between himself and Derek Coulson. Both of those players go through. Mambi already through, taking on Keegan Brown, who's still got a chance to qualify. And before he threw a dart tonight, he had a chat with our very own Henry Deacon.
Keegan, it's a Champions Night in your first tilt at Champions Week. There must be a lot about some of the things you did this week you must have been really proud of.
Yeah, bit of grit and determination, something in between my teeth, and sometimes the finishers, well, just went sweet as it up.
Was that perhaps one of the key traits where maybe sometimes in games you wasn't the best player, but what you were able to is if you had, say, a tops one dart in hand, the the cover shooting sometimes as well was really good. You're able to do kind of the secondary elements of the game right.
Yeah, definitely. Like, we all know we can all go out there hit 140s, 180s, but sometimes just having that crucial dart when you know, right, I have to hit it, otherwise I'm going to take it out. And, you know, obviously I took the 170 out, the 167. So, yeah, the finishes have been really on poke this week.
In terms of where your game's at, you've had actually a decent 2025, and I know it's a 2025 where you've been doing a lot of rebuilding within the game. So where would you say your game's at this present moment in time?
Probably about 90%. You know, I'm taking it one step at a time as such. But yeah, I've been really thankful that the chance that I've had here, obviously playing at the Modus Super Series, and it's just gave me the confidence back and enjoying it more importantly.
We saw what it meant when you won your week against Jimmy. Please no waterworks tonight if you win. But what would winning this title, winning the 25k and winning the Super Series as a whole mean to you? And actually, where would it compare to some of the other things you've done?
Probably just as good as a Pro Tour, easily. I think, you know, this whole year is all about like not giving in, not, you know, surrendering the white flag. Just keep going, keep practicing, and just, you know, show your grit. And yeah, obviously I looked at a couple of the odds this week and they had me out massive outside, you know, favourites. So that definitely spurred me on.
Have you seen tonight's odds then?
They've probably got me at evens.
I can tell you they've got you as the absolute opposite. You're the outside of the six. But then, considering what you said on Monday, that gives you a bit of motivation, doesn't it?
Yeah, of course it does, you know. But hey, I'm not a bookmaker at the end of the day. I'm a bloke that can play good darts.
Hey, wish you all the best. Keegan, good luck out there.
Cheers, buddy.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series Champions Night, coming to you from the Live Lounge, Portsmouth. We are live on Pluto TV. First, would you please welcome a two-time Challenge Tour semi-finalists, the record-breaking Champagne Charlie Mambi, and the winner of 2 Pro Tours, the 2014 Youth World Champion, the Needle, Keegan Brown!
So final group game about to get underway. Keegan Brown has been winning against the odds all week here on Champions Week, but the odds really are stacked against him this time around, not least because Charlie Mambi was on fire in his opening match, and if he carries on like that, it's going to be difficult for Keegan to get what he needs to qualify. And what he needs is to beat Charlie Mambi by 4-2 or better. So 4-2, 4-1 or 4-0 in Keegan's favour will put him through. Charlie Mambi has already qualified, but Neil Duff will go through if Mambi reaches 3 legs. He will be watching in the practice room, but guiding you through the action here. It's back to Devon and Laura.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yep, that is the case. Keegan Brown, it's a must-win match, but it's a must-win match by a margin. And Charlie Mambi absolutely brushed past Neil Duff in his first match of these group stages. For me, this is a really difficult task for Keegan, but as mentioned, he has defied the odds. He has got the depth of play. These have played a couple of times this week already, and it's actually 2-1 in favour of Keegan Brown in terms of the weekly heads-to-heads as well. But this is Champions Night. Funny things happen to players. Charlie Mambi, he's got the luxury of knowing that he's already through, and it's just between Brown and Duff.
I think for Charlie Mambi, it is a question of who does he want to play? Because we've already concluded Group 1. Tom Sykes, top of the group. Derek Coulson, second.
140.
Keegan Brown will have to up his checkout percentage mostly. Game before this, he had a 9% checkout.
140.
And I think that the needle, yeah, you can tell that there's a lot of needle simply because he has an opportunity.
38.
One leg that he got against Neil Duff has now given him that opportunity. He now needs to win 4-2 or better. I think this goes all the way.
Yeah, if it does go all the way, then it'll be Neil Duff that gets through. And to be honest, it hasn't been plain sailing in terms of the campaign, especially for Neil Duff. Managed to get through
123.
Seemingly a bit by the skin of his teeth, because he had to survive a scare against Jamie Owens, who is probably back at home watching on thinking what could have been.
Charlie require 100.
Another ton topper for Charlie, but that's not the combination. So
34. Keegan require
Keegan Brown now with a champagne shot for himself. But certainly not the combination.
No, and it's a shot that he took out magnificently earlier on in the week with 2 balls and a double 16, and can't repeat the feat. And I think that's the sticking point for me when it comes to Keegan tonight. Where's the ball double 8 route for Charlie Mambi? That surely is a champagne-style shot.
Second leg, it's Keegan to throw first.
The big finish has got Keegan Brown out of a lot of trouble when it came to the group stages. He found the power scoring, and it's just not all come together at the right time for Brown.
99.
It's hit and miss for Brown tonight. But Charlie Mambi hitting all the notes, making sure Owen Binks has stretching his tonsils there as he screams out the 180. And it is the first one for Charlie Mambi tonight
96.
in this game.
Keegan Brown at that point can't have any more mistakes, but back comes Mambi.
140.
Slight deflection with that third dart, but plays at such a rapid pace. When he finds that first dart, he's one of those, what we now class as first dart merchants. When people aim less and play with rhythm
59.
and pace, they tend to be able to follow it up.
It's the pace that he has, and just
90.
beautiful 2 balls in 2 legs so far. Keegan Brown has to find something. Just keeping it steady and straight now. Keegan Brown asking for a friend.
87. Charlie
87.
91.
Now leaves him on 160, but this 91 year, Charlie Mambi could set it up
51.
easily.
Keegan require 160.
Now, when you are in a situation that Keegan Brown is in, you can be distracted, but another one of those I would have left the tops.
128.
Keegan
Charlie
Brown now
require
could
40.
find himself in all sorts of bother.
20. Keegan required 32.
Opportunity has carved itself out by a mistake, a rare mistake from Mambi on the outer ring, but Keegan Brown now leveling it up. 1
Third leg
all.
is Charlie to throw first. Game on.
Keegan has this the swagger about him though, like when it's almost like he wants to defy the odds all the time. And he wants to make it as tough as possible for him to qualify and then make it through and just tell Henry Deacon, I told you I was going to go through.
Yeah, you have to say, when you've had the accolades that Keegan Brown has had and the experience that he's had on the professional tour as well, I think when you come in and
68.
Also considering the way that he's played, the manner he's played this week,
or do anything like that
to come
when
in
the players
again,
are throwing. Thank you.
as Owen just lets the crowd know that this is a big night for these players. Need the best of order here.
76.
We do know that it gets raucous because there's so many 180s and everything else, and people just can't contain the excitement for the sport of darts here at
60.
the Modus Super Series in Champions Week. I'm sure that there was some words said
60.
or just noises made on Keegan Brown's throw, and that will certainly give him a bit more power.
60.
Missing all of the opportunities. Took it earlier on against Mambi when we saw a rare missed doubles from Mambi, and now it all seems to be playing into Keegan Brown's favour.
Yeah, Mambi still first down to a finish, but a 2 treble visit here from Keegan Brown. Well, it was required, and Mambi
57. Charlie
afforded at least 6 from this position.
Might not need the 6.
150.
Door was left open. There was a breeze on the board. Now Keegan Brown.
86.
Sets it up
Charlie
nicely
McQuarrie
with a big
first.
fish, but Charlie Mambi, yeah, might just split with a 14. Does split. 2 double 8s. Doesn't step, but stays and just powers through it. 30 completed. Feel as though Charlie Mambi can't miss on the double.
Full flag,
Like,
it's Keegan to throw first.
when you see him miss, it's like it's a rarity. He's so consistent, so comfortable, and it's the way in which he approaches. It's the same throw every single time. Some players you'll see when they throw for the double, it's like a float throw or not as much power. Charlie Mambi just stays consistent, just pummels it through with power and
43.
accuracy. Fantastic. Absolute talent.
Well, for Keegan Brown, this is very much the point of no
60.
return. I'm sure Neil Duff is in that back room urging Charlie Mambi to pick off just one more leg, because if that goes the way of
100.
Mambi, then it will be Duff that is through alongside Champagne.
Keegan Brown will know that as well, but it's been a hit and miss with the
51.
trebles tonight, even in the Duff game. Loads of trebleless visits, and you can't have it against such classy
55.
operators in Duff and Mambi. There's a major opportunity now.
46.
Major opportunity gone to take advantage.
$43.
Both players now having lackluster visits.
Yeah, there is another slight record on the line for a player like Keegan Brown. As part of our commentary team, there is only one player that's made it through to a semi-final at Champions Night, and that goes all the way back to Series 1 in Chris Mason.
140.
He's made Champions Weeks, but to make the night, Chris Mason is the only player. So if he could try and replicate that or go a bit further, there's some bragging rights in the comms box to be had as well.
Charlie require
Fingers crossed.
120.
What a good spot there from Laura. 100 now. So Keegan knows this 80 has to go, or his chances will float away.
60.
Does not find it, and a
Charlie
punch there, and he
require
knows.
20.
Charlie Mambi now rushing to the double 5.
Game
Finds the double
on
5,
the
and that
full
is good night,
Charlie Mambi.
Charlie. Keegan Brown now
Fifth flag, it's Charlie to throw first. Game
completely.
on.
His opportunity's gone, but what a performance this week. Certainly all the positives for Q School.
83.
Yeah, plenty of positives for Keegan Brown to have come out of this week. As we said, he defied the odds on a couple
42.
of occasions and played himself into a position to make it here to Champions Night. A feat that's difficult enough in itself, but
95.
Charlie Mambi, you have to say, he's just been pretty much the all-round performer tonight. Sailed past Neil Duff, 4 legs to 0. And if he can do the same, but 4 legs to 1 here against Brown, then he'll be topping the Group 2 table.
57.
Steady on now for Charlie Mambi. He knows exactly before the start of the game that he was through.
13.
But he just doesn't want to get involved in a game that sees him come out of that flow state. When he starts to get animated,
58.
you almost want to be, at this point in time, psychologically, you almost want to be in a, not burn yourself out, but just find the rhythm, find the length, not make many
121.
mistakes. Come what may, the semi-finals is just around the corner, so
96.
no mistake should creep in.
Yeah, I agree. For Mambi, it's just about seeing off the job now. Brown fighting still to stay in the match, but it's Mambi. 112 required for a
Charlie require
4-1 win
112.
and to solidify his place at the top of the table. Single 12, one dart in hand, tops the target, tops is found, and Charlie Mambi does sail past Keegan Brown 4 legs to 1. It's 2 out of 2 for Champagne Charlie Mambi in terms of his Group 2 campaign. Disappointment for Keegan Brown, but as we were saying, plenty that he can take from this week. We've seen some great stuff from him. Well, there is the tail of the tape. And we will be taking a short break and having a look at everything that's happened so far in the group stages.
$54. Charlie Maguire, 164. 44. 32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts, but he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
jockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone. I think he's gone to bust it, maybe. The first title he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires 79.
This is it. It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
required
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy. Couldn't get the job done.
The match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series on this Champions Night, where the group stages are complete and we now know the 4 semi-finalists. Derek Coulson, 4-3 win against David Pallett earlier tonight. Neil Duff then got the better of Keegan Brown emphatically, as did Tom Sykes over Pallett. That eliminated him, and it meant that Sykes and Coulson were through. Sykes winning their battle to top Group 1, and Charlie Mambi with 2 demolition jobs, really. A 4-0 win over Duff, a 4-1 win over Keegan Brown means that he tops Group 2, and Neil Duff goes through with him. Devon and Laura have been in the commentary box. Devon, first of all, let's talk about Neil Duff, because he would have been watching in the practice room. He couldn't have had a better player on form to help him get through, could he?
Yeah, I think, when you play in a Champions Week, and when you get to the knockout or the group stages, you almost want to do the job yourself and just not depend on anybody, because anything can happen. But the player that he was depending on was the informed Charlie Mambi, and what that meant is that the position that Keegan found himself in with the early game made it quite hard for Keegan, and it was a mountain to climb. And so true that Neil Duff and Charlie Mambi goes through.
Yeah, good stuff there. Look, Neil Duff got the win himself, did that job over Keegan Brown earlier on. Really settled into Champions Night quickly, didn't he, Laura? And you mentioned it, finals nights, it shouldn't seem like alien to him, should it?
No, and I'm not surprised that he came out the way he did. He just got caught on the back foot against a very, very impressive Charlie Mambi. But the main thing, we've said it all along, it's about just getting to the next stage, He finds himself in a semi-final, and now everything's back in his hands. He hasn't got to rely on anyone else now. It's just himself that he has to rely on.
Charlie Mambi certainly grown into the week. He was 5th in Group A out of 6, but some astonishing stuff in Group C. He's gone up another level tonight, hasn't he?
Consistency, humility, arrogance. He's got it all. He is the future of the sport, I think. And I mean, the reason why everybody's raving about him is because he's almost fearless to a point. And we constantly talk about it. The platform that the Modus Super Series gives players is playing in front of an audience like this, perfect conditions, and it's perfect for Mambi. So I think when you look at it, you can't even think that he's 20 years old and he's doing all these things on stage. Before, it used to be a big fear factor playing on a stage in front of people. Now it's just a walk in the park.
The same could be said for the trajectory of Tom Sykes as well. Yesterday he kicked on, and tonight, arguably, he's been the star performer.
Yeah, and he's just kind of grown and grown as the week's gone on. Obviously, it culminated in that fantastic 4-0 win last night to secure a spot, but he just looked comfortable. He was in that match with Derek Coulson, got a little bit embroiled and had to find a way and fight back because Derek Coulson has been a real thorn in his side this week. So I think that will stand him in really good stead going into the semi-final. He's topped the group, he will have the advantage of throw, but I think for me, more importantly, he's managed to find a way past.
And he's knocking on the door again. Twice he's been Champions Night finals before, Tom Sykes, one step away from doing that. That experience of at least getting to that stage should help him in the semi, surely.
Yeah, and I think getting over Derek Coulson's game is the bogeyman. It's the one that he needed. He played fantastically well back in Group B since yesterday, and then continuing that run. So losing can become a habit, winning can also become a habit. And Tom Sykes now has consistently won on the stage, and now he wants to take that into the semi-finals. The way in which he's playing, he's scoring fantastic, finishing great. It's the fierce focus that he has in it, and just will to win. I think that now that he's got that win over Derek, it could be a repeat final, and then it's a toss of the coin.
Derek Coulson, second Champions Night semi-final for him. Probably done it the hardest way out of all the players.
Yeah, quite possibly. I mean, he's especially just look at tonight. He's managed to get himself embroiled in 2 matches. He got across the line in his opener. It could have gone the other way quite easily, and then the fact that I think the positioning and the fact that Tom Sykes beat Dave Pallett that next match, then that just made everything a little bit less complicated, because I think if that was one of the matches which was more of a head-to-head or it had to be won by legs, then it might have been a different outcome.
I do want to have a word on David Pallett, because getting through must feel like a big achievement in itself, and he caused a few problems, didn't he, for Derek in that first game. You've got to give him ultimate credit.
I know Dave Pallett before, when we used to tour on the PDC, and just knowing the quality, we spoke about his early career as well, and playing in the England team with most of the world champions as well. So fantastic opportunity for him to come back and fight. And it's the best way to do it. It's literally, he knows how to win. He knows how to conquer all of these struggles. So doing it in front of everybody, doing it on TV. There's sometimes the doubt creeps in, but it's just the consistency and the fight that waking up and going, today I'm actually going to just give it another try. And I think that he's in a better place now than he has been at the start of this week.
Yeah, we found out today that David Pallett has taken the decision to withdraw from the WDF World Championship at Lakeside. Earlier tonight he spoke to Henry Deacon about that.
I think it's clear from everyone that's just sort of watched the darts this week that I'm not playing well. I'm not playing in my own rhythm that I should be playing. Struggling again a bit with darts. So the thought process basically is, people pay some good money to go and watch darts at Lakeside, and they want to watch good darts really. I'm not playing the best I've played. Go back a month or so and I was playing some really, really lovely stuff. I think I've had the highest average in this series to qualify for a finals night. Going back to that week, I felt absolutely brilliant. but yeah, just not to go there and play really badly, really. I didn't want to do that to myself again. I did it last time. I qualified, in fact, the year before, and then they didn't have the Lakeside that year, so I actually qualified the year after, and I was struggling at the time. I hadn't picked up a dart for about a year, and I went, and it was just one of them. I didn't play well. I didn't particularly enjoy it that much. Just gave birth. Well, I didn't give birth, but I just had the birth of my first daughter. But yeah, it's just not worth going through that again, really. Obviously, let down a few of my friends and sponsors and things, but yeah, for myself, I think it was best just to pull out, really.
Yeah, interesting to hear from David Pallett on that decision. Laura, rather magnanimous, really, isn't it, to take that decision? He could have just turned up and gone through the motions, but he wanted to give the crowd, the viewers, his best, and he doesn't feel he can do that.
I think for me, all the decisions that have been made by David Pallett over the last week or so, coming here and really just seeing where his level was at and how he would feel up on a stage in front of cameras, I think is a real testament to the character that he's got. There's so much he can take from this, but obviously if he's not 100% and he's been through that, he's had that feeling before at Lakeside, and he wants to be able to give it his all, then as you say, I genuinely think, players know what is the right decision for them. There are players that perhaps sometimes try and force an issue, and then it can do more damage in the long run. So I think if it's the right decision for Dave, then we all just have to 100% respect that, and hopefully we'll see him back to his brilliant best in the future.
When we see him at 100%, God help everybody else, because if he can get to Champions Night, then fair play to him. But the players that are through to the semi-finals are warming up backstage, and this is how those semi-finals are going to be played. Tom Sykes first against Neil Duff, and then Charlie Mambi versus Derek Coulson in the second. Devon, we'll start with the first one. Sykes taking on Duff. Two players who are well used to winning on this stage. It's going to be hard to call.
Yeah, and I think, just the way in which you look at the layout of that, it sets up perfectly for the Derek Coulson and a Tom Sykes final. But Neil Duff will want to make sure that his first arrival in the knockout phase of Champions Week is a good one. He's won multiple times, same stage, same setup, same time, same everything. Just a different value on that trophy. And I think that might be we might see a different Neil Duff now, because it's do or die. It's no more chances, and that's it. And I think that's going to be a big thing. Talking point for Tom Sykes is, if he continues in this run of his scoring, I think that it's an uphill task for Neil Duff.
Do you agree? You think Tom Sykes is the favourite for that one?
Yeah, I think looking at what we've seen so far, because Neil Duff is progression here, and even getting through tonight, it's relied slightly on favours. That said, he knows how to win, and as does Tom Sykes. It's all going to be on the match. It could be one that does run close. I just think for Neil, we're just going to have to see just that next level, which we know he's got, but he's going to have to produce it now. Derek
Coulson, Charlie Mambi, is that the perfect match, really, in terms of you've got that experience of Coulson, who's having this sort of final swan song, with Charlie Mambi, who is the boy with the world at his feet, really?
Both players at the same point of the career, different ages, and completely different throws as well. Derek is more Rolls Royce, and Charlie Mambi is more Mustang. It's just all over, just power, and just everything that you just want from a young player. It's just that rat-a-tat kind of motion, but both players extremely accurate. I think that's going to be the firecracker of the evening.
Rolls Royce and Mustang. What does that make Devon, Laura?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know.
A massive truck or something.
Yeah. Some off-roader, yeah, absolutely.
Right, let's get your predictions. Are we sticking with what we've been saying?
From what I've seen so far, again, make arguments for them all, but I'm going to stick with that original prediction of Tom.
Yeah, I think I'm going to stick with Tom. I think he is the guy for the night.
Right, there we go. Well, we'll see if he can get through his semi-final. The first one features Tom Sykes and Neil Duff.
Tom Sykes now needs double tops with 2 darts in hand. Tom Sykes is top of the group.
Neil Duff's afforded more match-winning chances, and this time Neil Duff does not make a mistake.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series Champions Night. Coming to you from the Live Lounge, Portsmouth. We are live on Pluto TV. It's now time for our first semi-final. Firstly, would you please welcome a 2-time Modus Super Series runner-up, a Challenge Tour finalist, it's Tom Sykes. And now his opponent, a 5-time Super Series weekly winner, the 2022 WDF World Champion, Duffman Neil Duff.
One more step then, en route to glory for the semi-finalists. Coulson and Mambi wait in the wings, but Tom Sykes and Neil Duff take to the stage for the first of our final four. Duff, winner on that stage 5 times before. Tom Sykes has won this match twice before and made it through to Champions Night finals. He got here by being second in Group B, having made it to Group B via Group A, and Neil Duff was third place, clinging to his coattails in qualifying behind him. Will his experience win through, or will Tom Sykes get a chance to make it third time lucky? Let's find out then. I'll hand you back to our commentary team.
Thank you very much, Murph. I'm in commentary alongside Laura Turner for this first semi-final, and somebody now is 2 games away from the big check, the big title. And for these two, the one that has eluded them. Tom Sykes, twice a finalist. Neil Duff, one of the great champions here, looking to become just the second player to complete the set. And that is to win a weekly title, a Specials Week title, and a Champions Week title. Only Andreas Harrison has done it in the past. He takes on Tom Sykes. Sue, Laura Turner, you look at what he's done this evening.
83.
A rampageous 4-0 win against David Pallett in his opener, and then an average of 96.5, 4 from 6 on his doubles, en route to a 4-3 win, and an absolute barnstormer against Derek Coulson in his second match. And the player that both you and Devon are tipping up perhaps to be the man who lifts that trophy at long last tonight.
Yeah, and I think it's just based on the exploits that we've seen from Tom Sykes here at the live lounge, but also just the way that he's conducted himself tonight.
130.
I guess it's just that we think that this is the next natural progression for him. But honestly, I could make the same argument here for Neil Duff. I was surprised coming into Champions Week that despite being such a prestigious weekly winner here, had never made it through to this stage. It's a question of whether Neil Duff is going to try and take this with open arms, or if he's just going to run into a version of Tom Sykes which can be unplayable.
Well, he does have to thank Charlie Mambi a little bit for his place in the semi-finals, courtesy of his 4-1 win against Keegan Brown in the last group game. Duff losing 4-0 to Mambi, put himself in some trepidation after beating Keegan Brown 4-1 in the opening game of his evening. Sykes looking at 75 to get this semi-final up and running, and he does so in the space of 14 darts. The Castleford Tiger draws first blood.
14 darts and a leg that was completed in under a minute and a half, and Tom Sykes now just laying down this bit of a marker for Neil Duff.
Now there is also some polishing up in terms of how the Global Championship will look, because only Derek Coulson now, of the final 4 players left in this competition, can directly qualify for the Global Championship should he win tonight. Tom Sykes is going to be in Group 2 come what may. Neil Duff is obviously playing at the Lakeside, and Charlie Mambi's playing at Ali Pally. So if Derek Coulson doesn't win this evening, Adrian Lingard will get a late call-up to the Global Championship.
99.
And he'll be placed... Matt Cass will be placed in the Global Championship, and he will be in Group 6 next Saturday morning. So Coulson, the only player from this point onwards that could possibly breach the Global Championship, which is what we're going to be watching on Monday morning here on Pluto TV.
80.
Yeah, still plenty of action for the players left in the field at the back end of 2025.
26.
You have a look at the meetings that these two have had. They've all been under this roof, and couple of times this week. There's parity there. They've won a piece in terms of their head-to-heads for this week, but they've met each other. This is their 6th meeting at the Modus Super Series, and it's Tom Sykes with the slight edge, but there's very little to split these two when they play each other.
And there may be nothing to separate this pair after a couple of legs. Duff leaving himself on 67 to level up at 1 apiece, but Sykes hot on his coattails and looking for a break of throw potentially. 58 left, 18 for tops, 1 in hand. Duff's all he's gonna get. Tops it is to level up at 1 apiece. Only needed the 1 dart at tops, and we are back on level terms. Parity, 1 apiece.
Tom to throw first.
Yeah, muted celebration there from Neil Duff, which probably just shows the signs of relief, because as much as the hold of throws are important, he's going to also have to find a way of breaking Tom Sykes. And this goes back to perhaps there is just that added importance when it comes to the semi-finals of winning your group, because you do get to throw first.
Do you have a situation where we have 2 players in Sykes and Mambi who are unbeaten this evening? They could meet in an all-Yorkshire final. That's kind of been the story of this Champions Week, hasn't it? That Yorkshire rivalry, Tom Sykes, Charlie Mambi, Carl Wilkinson. They've all been gunning for one another. There would perhaps be some kind of appropriateness if they were to meet in the final match in Series 12. But still a long way to go, and Duff, a couple of troubles here, could have left himself first to finish. So Sykes 6 on 174 to keep a hold of this trend of holds.
Yeah, just checking the score. 80 scored, 94 left. So picks off the treble 18 with perfection. Potential 13 darter incoming for Tom Sykes to double his leg tally.
Tom, you require 40.
Well, it was a 14 darter on throw in the opening leg. It's a 13 darter on throw here. Neil Duff, who needs a break at some point in this semi-final, is being told by his opponent, if you're going to do it, you're going to have to do it in 4 visits.
But then if you are the player that's throwing second, and we are putting a lot of value in the fact that you get the opportunity to throw first, because we just presume the way these guys have been playing, they're going to keep doing it tonight. But all the pressure is now on the shoulders of a player like Neil Duff, because he has to throw, he has to hold. He does not want to find himself 3-1 down with Tom Sykes throwing first in leg 5.
Well, that's a rather disappointed Keegan Brown, who I think came into tonight with real genuine thoughts that he could win his biggest title for a few years. He was a 9-1 outsider, but the way that he stuck to his task throughout the course of the week, I think there's plenty of positives for Keegan going into Q School come January.
And I'd agree, he's got the joint highest finish of the week. He's got the 2nd highest average as Neil Duff piles in the first maximum of this encounter. Yeah, I agree. I think there's so much positivity that Keegan Brown, and the fact that he's disappointed, I think, is a positive thing in itself, because it shows how much he cares about getting across the line in a competition like this.
125.
Duff leaving himself on a double after 12 on throw. Been a high quality affair. Sykes still averaging just about in excess of a ton. But Duff crucially looking to level up at 2 apiece.
No score.
Shake of the head, couldn't find double 18. And this would sting if Sykes could have found that 157. But he will look to lay up, and Neil Duff now can ill afford any more misses.
Now the pressure's on. And Tom Sykes now has a break opportunity. Neil Duff has had a handful of darts. He had a couple of visits to level this game up at 2-2. Can Tom Sykes pinch his pocket and put himself 1 leg away from a 3rd Champions Week final? Dad's believing. The Castleford Tigers definitely believing. He's 1 away from the jackpot match once again.
Yeah, Neil Duff, that leg did everything right, down to a double after just 12 darts, but 5 missed at the outer ring, and you just cannot afford to do that against a Tom Sykes who's in this kind of form.
You get the sense this is hammer time now for Tom Sykes. He's got his opponent exactly where he wants
60.
him. Duff kicking off trebleless. He just knows he cannot take his foot off the tiller. If he can go through the gears one more time, he's into the final one more time. And it looks like he's almost there, Laura.
Unbelievably averaging in excess of 104, just shy of 105, but that was the first
100.
maximum from Tom Sykes. I think what he's just doing so well is, even though he's not hitting the big 3 treble visits, 2
90.
trebles, 1 treble, he's just covering really well.
Well, for Neil Duff, the Lakeside will be his next destination. He takes on Ben Robb on Monday. As he looks to win a second crown at Frimley Green, but it looks like the crown at the Live Lounge is going to elude him one more time. Sykes will just set up,
51.
chipping it onto the green, looking at the red bit when he comes back.
Duff won't be far behind if Sykes can't find this tops.
It's double top to put Tom Sykes into another Champions Week final. Double 10. Double 5.
30.
And that bends the wire. Neil Duff has got
Neil,
another opportunity.
61.
One last reprieve after Tom Sykes has missed 3 darts to make it through to the final.
It's 2 darts, it's double 18 once again, but this time Neil Duff does not miss. There is a shake of the head there. Had to survive 3 match darts from Tom Sykes, but doesn't matter how you do it, Neil. You're still in the match and throwing first to level us up at 3-all.
Well, Neil Duff will tell her to put the obituaries away because there's still life in this contest. And crucial as well, a break back. This game returns to throw. Duff with the darts in his hand to ensure a last leg decider in this first semi-final.
And I think it's a message to anyone that's kind of new to the game or watching. You just never give up. You're never out of a match until it's completely over. And that 180 and then the conversion of 61 has just pulled everything back as it would have been if they held throw.
3 darts missed for the final for Tom Sykes.
130.
Doesn't look like it's derailing him. But Neil Duff looks as if he's found a second wind here.
61.
Well, I was about to say he needs a treble, but that wasn't the one he wanted. The family of Tom Sykes eagerly looking on. They seem happy at the moment, and I'm not surprised. It's a 99, then a 134, backed up with that 128.
We've already seen a 140 finish this evening from Charlie Mambi. That was to kick off his night. And Tom Sykes has got 6 darts from this 140 to send himself into the final. Another one of them, it's perfectly sacked. Gets it, double 10. Would have been some way to have sealed a 3rd final appearance for Tom Sykes. The champagne's still on ice.
A flyer. And that is match start number 4 come and gone for Tom Sykes. 95. He can't ill afford to miss many more.
Require 10.
2 5s. 1 more at double 2.
6.
More missed match darts.
Neil, require 98.
Neil Duff probably can't believe he's been given these chances, but it's one he has to take.
Treble 18 for double 12 for another skin saver for Neil Duff.
86.
Just the wrong side of the wire.
Tom, you require 4.
He's had 6 opportunities, Tom Sykes. Is it going to be lucky number 7? The Castleford Tiger is into his 3rd Champions Week final, and he hopes that 3rd time is the charm. For Neil Duff, it's another Champions Week conquest which ends in objection for him. For Tom Sykes, just like he did in Series 6, just like he did in Series 9, in Series 12 he's in the big match. He beats Neil Duff by 4 legs to 2. Coming up after the break, Charlie Mambi takes on Derek Coulson.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where Tom Sykes has just booked his place in a third Champions Night final. A 4-2 victory over Neil Duff in the first semi-final means that he will face the winner of semi-final number 2. It's about to get underway, and it's Charlie Mambi versus Derek Coulson.
In about 8 minutes flat. But Champagne Charlie Mambi certainly bubbling up, isn't he? The madhouse, and it's rather obscured, but he nettles away through, and eventually Derek Coulson wins the first match.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series Champions Night. Coming to you from the Live Lounge, Portsmouth. We are live on Pluto TV. It's now time for our second semi-final. One of the most exciting young prospects in darts, a development tour winner, the record-breaking Champagne Charlie Mambi!
Trapping out the ghost. 7-figure payment, time is money, gotta go. Addicted to the game, for the show. Met her at the party, she was playing with a big dog. I could get the highs and the lows. 5-star sweet, she ain't never going home. New Kelly Birkin red bottom.
And now, playing in his 5th consecutive Champions Week, a World Seniors semi-finalist, it's DC, Derek Coulson!
Yeah, Derek Coulson, like a fine wine, getting better with age, isn't he? And he's one step away from a series final on what is his 5th successive Champions Week. Well, the fine wine is going to take on Champagne. Charlie Mambi might be popping the cork at the end of the evening. It's that youth versus experience story in this one. The explosive action of Charlie Mambi taking on the cool, calm, collected Coulson, and guiding you through every dart, Devon Peterson and Henry Deacon.
Well, thank you very much, Murph. So 2 more matches to determine who the Series 12 champion is going to be. For Derek Coulson, he's been here before. He's been defeated in a semi-final in the past. For Charlie Mambi, uncharted waters for him as he looks to make it through to the Champions Night final on his Champions Week debut. 2 players in 2 different stages of their lives. 2 players with 2 different styles, but 2 players who have been the standouts this week. The bookies had these as the 2 favourites. DC, 12-5 favourite for dart was thrown this evening. Charlie Mambi, the 11-4 second favourite. It's a heavyweight semi-final, Devon Peterson. What could be the keys to winning it?
It's how either of them start. I think that is the most important thing. Is the one that settles, keeping it steady, making sure that you're not having any troublous visits early on, just putting each other under pressure. And Charlie Mambi certainly, like you said early on, it looked locked in. Just pure focus. Derek Coulson, on the other hand, just normal day. But I feel as though this might be a game that is very different, because when you play in a league format, there's room for error. If I make a mistake, I can still make up some games. I can do all of those things. He knows, and they've been watching Charlie Mambi tonight and understand the level that this boy can play. Incredible.
However, in previous head-to-heads, Derek Coulson has Charlie Mambi's number because they've met 4 times on this stage. And Derek Coulson has beaten Charlie every single time. All 3 meetings in Group A earlier on this week, and they met at a finals night back in March earlier this year.
55.
And Derek Coulson, perhaps unsurprising, knowing his record on a Saturday, went on to win that particular match and would go on to win that particular week.
But there wasn't bubbles in the champagne that week for Charlie. There's different this
100.
week.
Charlie
Because it seems as though there's more
155.
bubbles in the champagne. He is literally unstoppable.
Goes on the first
It's a perfect start. You could put the
Charlie
cork.
Mambi.
Charlie Mambi of a 155 checkout to get this semi-final up and running.
Bubbles in the champagne. Like we said, it's the heavy hitter. It's Charlie Mambi. And Derek Coulson will know he lost his last game against Tom Sykes on the stage, which was dead rubber, but had a lot of emotion attached to it. Charlie Mambi, on the other hand, unbeaten so far and consistently performed in Group C. Carried it on tonight, and now, when he opened, getting the 140 checkout, now opening the leg with a 155.
140.
And this format suits players that can get onto spurts and can reel off 2-3 legs in quick succession. And for as consistent as Derek Coulson is, the only thing that's going to stop him is somebody that goes a little bit bonkers. And Charlie Mambi is showing early evidence that he could do exactly that. That 140 checkout you mentioned there, Devon, it completely knocked the stuffing out of Neil Duff in his group stage game. We'll see how Derek Coulson can respond. The early indications are that he's been able to react to that setback a little bit better than Neil Duff did.
96.
Great dartboard mass there for the 306. Going treble 19 first and making sure that he has another opportunity to set up. Both players kind of hovering it down. And now we're seeing that dart there just fell out of the air. No
81.
push. And that will tell you that there's not just nerves, but a bit of tension in the arm. Charlie Mambi, the way in which he throws,
100.
that's impossible to happen because he
Derek
doesn't have a flow.
102.
He has a direct throw. But we do know Derek Coulson loves a ton topper. Might go treble 14, yeah. Does not find it. So 110 for back-to-back ton finishes for Mambi is on the cards.
70. Charlie require 100.
And this really would be a haymaker punch to Derek Coulson, who's left himself on a double. Treble 17, unable to get. So Coulson's going to get 3 in his hand at 32 to square up this semi-final at 1 apiece. He's got 2 perfect guys, but he cannot find a way through. Mambi's got a big break chance here. He's got a real opportunity to take full charge of this semi-final. 2 darts at double 18. He thought it was in. He has to recompose. And he cannot fire home double 9. The first real moment of nervous tension in this semi-final, Dev.
We will get back to that selection after this 32 landing from Derek Coulson. Needs a double 8 now. This is getting nervy.
24.
Oh, and that is so uncharacteristic there from Derek Coulson. Cool as you like. Chooses to split. Stays on the side. That feels like it's not even a steal. That's a gut punch there. Derek Coulson now on the ropes. There was a break of throw. Derek Coulson just relinquished it. So need now to have an answer, or Charlie Mambi could run riot in this game.
2-0 to Charlie Mambi, and now really in control of this semi-final. He finds a couple of trebles, and Derek Coulson, he's under the pump here. Make no mistake about that. And actually, in what is one of the biggest nights of his career, so far, Charlie Mambi's dropped just 1 leg. He won his first game 4-0. Second game 4-1 against Keegan Brown, which he could have won 4-0. And yes, he's dodged 6 Derek Coulson-sized bullets, but he's 2-0 up and looking as if he's going to move into a 3-0 lead here.
That's what we said earlier on. Early mistakes will put you into some hot water. He now needs to make no mistakes, and he's going to have to hope for some troublous visits from Mambi. Just like that, Coulson now will feel as though he's almost stolen an opportunity here, but he has to respond, has to find the treble. You feel as though this can't be a troublous visit.
100.
Does not. What a beauty. I could not place it better, Henry.
They're the type of darts that can hurt an opponent, but it looks like Charlie Mambi is completely undeterred. He looks like he's in a zone of his own. You saw it from the start of the walk on the walkway, and he's shown it throughout the course of this game. Coulson, you sense, is being forced to take out this 136. He could take out the 136 for a body blow of his own. Double 8 is found. Coulson's in this semi-final. Coulson still has hope. Back to 2-1 and back on throw.
Game on.
The beauty of heavy hitters. No checkout is safe. Mambi with a 155. Derek Coulson with a 136. Starting us off with a 180. Feels as though the champagne's on ice.
This is why this format is just so enthralling. Just when you think something's going to happen, the opposite can sometimes be the case. And Coulson looked like a man on the canvas a couple of moments ago. He's come back swinging. And now he's beginning to put Charlie Mambi close to the ropes here.
100.
He broke in the previous, and now he's in a very good position to hold again, and we could be level again.
And that's exactly what this game is all about. It's all about your throw. Breaking the throw perfect, but your throw, if you can hold your throw, and we know that Charlie Mambi went first in this game. Coulson makes this 2-all, has a major spurt, goes 3-2 and wins the game 4-2. That could happen, considering he was 2-0.
100.
That big pick-off last start again. But is it going to be academic? We've already seen 2 ton-plus checkouts in 3 legs. Are we going to see 3 and 4? Double 10. And Coulson was on the walk there.
80.
Mambi looks at 164. And this may well be the KO punch if he finds this. Another. It sat well, but couldn't find for the bull.
92.
Exciting times there for Mambi as the first dart invited the second. It certainly blocked. Double 10 now, 3 darts in hand. Does not need all 3. 2-all. Henry, there's a twist in the tail here. Mambi
Charlie to throw first.
Rushing to the 2-0 lead. Coulson made some mistakes there, but rectified it. And in a blink of an eye, it's 2-all.
It's a world-class response on Derek Coulson. 25 darts to win those last 2 legs. 12 followed by 13.
Standard Coulson. The man is as cool as you like. It's the AC and the DC.
100.
And now it's the Mambi. Needs to hold throw. Tremulous visits will be punished.
43.
Is this beginning to go south for Charlie Mambi? This feels like a critical point in this semi-final.
The champagne is losing its bubbles. Derek Coulson now has a massive, massive opportunity. We do know that the 2-all strategically in the format against the throw is the best time to break.
And crucially,
96.
Coulson's making a bit of a push in a leg that Mambi has the darts in. If he can break it, he'd have the darts in the next to go through to a first Champions Week final.
94.
Henry Deacon, they did tease us with a group game, Sykes and Coulson. Fireworks,
99.
and it was extremely tasty. But now, Coulson up an opportunity here with a max will give him the advantage he requires to take control of the semi-final. It is on. Maximum time for the cool man, Derek Coulson.
They say it's a young man's game, but the old school player Derek Coulson trying to teach the apprentice a lesson. Mambi does very well to respond with a 2-treble turn of his own. But it's in the hands of Derek Coulson, this pivotal 5th leg. A leg, if he wins, that would give him the darts to throw for the final. It's a slight diversion by hitting the double 12. 38 scored, which means 28 left. It's double 14 for 3-2. He's the coolest man in the house, Derek Coulson. When everybody else was losing their heads, he kept his. And Charlie Mambi had a 2-0 lead, now finds his back against the wall. He finds himself against the hill, and Coulson's throwing for the final.
Charlie Mambi's head has been down all the time. Not because he is down, it's because he's maintaining
96.
focus. Does not want to watch Derek Coulson continuously punish the triple bed. What he's now heard is his 2 dots hit the board
59.
and hoping that he had a chance. But Coulson find the bottom corner like a prime Lionel Messi taking a penalty in the World Cup.
Is it Derek's destiny? Are we going to see a final between two players that have come so close yet so far to lifting the big trophy? But that treble turn has opened up the door for Charlie Mambi. He needs to find a second wind. He needs to find something just when everything in his mind is telling him that everything's going wrong. I'll tell you one thing about him. He's got guts.
Derek Coulson strategically fought back all the way to all. Came with a big shot. And now, over to you, Charlie Mambi. Can't make a mistake.
84.
Finds the treble with the last star. And Derek Coulson, now you feel as though 207 in 6 is achievable.
He made the semi-finals of the World Seniors Championship early on this year.
57.
He's made a semi-final at Champions Week before. Is he about to play in his first big final on the telly? Or has Charlie Mambi got a response? That was tremendous from the young man. But Coulson has a chance to make the final. He's not going to take out the 150. What does Mambi do with the 38, Dev?
Big 6.
46.
No, I'm lying.
Require
Charlie
38.
Mambi will go direct for 38. He's that kind of player. Big 6 it is. 32. Finds the 32, and you hear that, come on. Even if you were standing outside of the building, there was a massive celebration there. It was a fight back. Coulson was on 3 legs clear, just bouncing back. Charlie Mambi led the game 2-0. Coulson took the next 3, and we are in a decider.
And without a shiver, his arrow did quiver, and we go all the way to a last leg decider. But a treble start has opened up the door for Coulson again.
We did expect fireworks from this game. It's 2 of the most consistent players. And also, it's the bookies' favorites.
100.
Which is a fantastic setup here. One of them will go to the final.
125.
Destiny awaits. But the most important thing is who makes the mistake first.
You cannot underestimate how good those 2 trebles were having slipped into the 5 with dart 1. It could have been so easy for Charlie to have combusted there. But whatever he's throwing, Coulson's throwing back at him. It's a shame, really, it's only best of 7. Because these 2 have gone at it gladiatorially.
58.
Mambi feels that's a slip. He might be right.
Grimace on the face, he knows. Coulson now could smell the blood. Chooses the correct option, goes 25. That's some dartboard maths there. 161. Charlie Mambi can only set up.
140.
Well, here we go then. Both players on a finish to make it through to the biggest match we have on offer. Coulson's not going to find the 161. But Coulson so many times has had Charlie Mambi's number here.
56.
But if Mambi finds the 118, he'll finally have Derek Coulson's number. And it would mean an all-Yorkshire final in Champions Week 12. He's going to get a match dart. He's going to get a dart at tops. And it just drags low.
Derek, you require 105.
You felt as though that was the Mambi moment. You can see there. Youthful exuberance. Derek Coulson now poised. Needs to find a treble. Finds the treble now. Double tops to send him to the final.
85.
Both players have had a dart at tops off the back of a ton plus combo. It's too much for the families to watch.
20.
Both players have had a dart to make it through to the final. Mambi's going to get 3 more at double 10. He takes his time. He composed himself. Can he keep his cool? Yes, he can! Champagne Charlie Mambi ensures there will be an all-Yorkshire final in Series 12. The two pacey right rose players, Tom Sykes and Charlie Mambi, will compete for the Super Series title. For Derek Coulson, once again, it's semi-final heartache at Champions Week. He is one of the top young talents this sport has, and he's 1 game away from winning his first big one on the telly. He's going to take on Tom Sykes in the final of Champions Week 12 of the Modus Super Series, having won one of the best semis we've ever seen. Mambi 4, Coulson 3 in our second semi-final.
He will be disappointed with that. He wanted to have
Graham
one dart.
requires 20.
Graham Usher wins the first game of Champions Night, and it was an absolute ripper. He hit one of them on tops. He missed one on double 12. Which one is it? It's the hit.
Outside opportunity for Andy Hamilton. Van der Velde should be getting a match start again here. He's already had one. Mr. Dart at tops for the match to win 4-1. And he Dart at double 16 gets the job done there for Jurgen van der Velde. He gets over the line with a 4-2.
Did he go for tops, or did he just overshoot the single? Jimmy doesn't care. Jimmy just looks to eat this up to make the semi-finals for the second time. Adam Gablas has been eliminated. Keep us guessing. This time he's trying to leave double 18. He knows best, and he takes the lead. He's 2 darts away
Requires 86.
from a Super Series final. He's 1 dart away. He doesn't need any more darts. Jeff Smith makes the Series 11 final. Is Usher losing his cool a little bit here?
Oh, absolutely. Right now, I'd say the head's gone. And you don't have long to recover. It is very, very short format darts. Vansky's halfway to victory.
He only needs 1 more. Jimmy Vansky is yet again into a Modus Super Series final.
Flashback vibes. Can Jimmy Vansky do the same? Just needs the 1 treble here on the 19s. Finds it. For the ball.
101.
Oh, unlucky. A lot of pressure on it. He's going to split it. 2 darts for double 4 for the match.
Game. Shot. And the Modus Super Series 11 champion, Jeff Smith.
Keegan Brown.
Charlie Mambi. Tom Sykes.
Derek Coulson.
Oh, it's going to be our dad, Derek Coulson. Derek Coulson.
Derek Coulson. Derek Coulson. Double top.
I reckon it'll be double 10.
I reckon tops. Double 20. Derek's not very good at double top. He'll win it with double 16.
I'm hoping there's a 9 dart though.
Charlie Mambi all the way. Double 16. I have to think then which one it was. Double 16.
I'm going to go Derek Coulson tonight.
He's been played well all week, and now so I think he's going to win. So he's the man tonight.
Keegan, 100%. Double 18 like last time.
According to the bookies, not me. Again, not Keegan.
Of course, my son, Thomas. Tops.
Charlie Mambi tonight.
Neil Duff.
It's hard to tell though, isn't it? You can't say a name. It could be anyone. It's anyone's game. It's literally anyone's game.
Well, only 2 remaining to see who does win this series. Look, earlier this week, we were all asked to pick, weren't we, before Champions Week started? I mean, they had 6 players to choose from. We had 12. Look, I went for Derek Coulson. That's just fallen by the wayside. Only just. Laura, who did you go for?
I went for Tom Sykes.
Okay. Still on Devon?
My ink was up and my pen was dry. I went for David Evans simply because I thought that it was going to be a David Evans. Yeah, but clearly not.
Okay, we'll stick with Laura for the rest of the analysis this evening. I think the semi-finals are finished. The final is the next match and the final match of Series 12, and it is going to be Tom Sykes versus Charlie Mambi. Let's go through what happened in the semi-finals. First of all, Tom Sykes getting the better of Neil Duff, and he just ran away at the start, didn't he? Duff couldn't recover.
Yeah, and that's what Tom's so very good at as well. He's proven he's a very good front runner. I mean, he's very good at from any position in a match, to be perfectly honest. But he just proved that he just had a little bit too much for Neil Duff. And we did wonder when we were talking before the first semi-finals, because of the levels that we'd seen Tom go through when it came into yesterday, coming into today, whether Neil Duff could get across the line. But no, it was Tom.
I don't know how certain players do it, but there are players that seem to peak at the right time. Are we seeing Tom Sykes time his run to perfection here?
Yeah, I think he's just he's in a form bubble though, and I think that him getting onto stage and just consistently winning, from I think it was Thursday night when he turned up and he was bottom of the log, but playing well, and he just knew. I mean, we had a walk down to the accommodation, and he said, "I'm going to win. I'm going to do everything I can to win," and I think that realization and understanding, like, I have to do it all and it's only up to me, and Tom Sykes is the perfect player to do that.
First player to make it to 3 finals as well on a Champions Night. That's some achievement. If he does go on and get a tour card, you look back at the Modus Super Series, whatever happens now, as one of the greats that's played in this venue.
Yeah, and what a venue it's been for him personally. We've been privy to seeing the development of Tom Sykes. It's, you know, from when he very first came here and the way that he's progressed, winning weeks, and as you've mentioned, he's making the back end of Champions Weeks, twice a runner-up, and now the opportunity to get across the line. You know, is it third time the charm for Tom Sykes? But if we don't see him here, what a way to sign off.
Second semi-final, don't know where to start. That was an incredible game of darts, wasn't it, between Coulson and Mambi?
We did say that it was going to be the game that produced the most fireworks, and you saw that the 1-3-6 and the 1-5-5, and just that crucial misses there by both players, missing out on the double tops. It's just insane, and the composure of both players, just opportunities. Derek Coulson missing early on, Charlie Mambi taking, it had everything. It was the perfect romantic horror that turned with a sweet ending for Mambi.
Well, he's been no good at predictions, but he's turned to prose now, Laura, hasn't he, Devon Peterson alongside us? But I mean, it was beautiful, wasn't it, some of the stuff in that game? Let's talk about Derek, because, look, 5 straight Champions Weeks. He's going to go and play for his tour card at Q School in January. I got the sense when he missed his opportunity there, he felt Charlie Mambi was going to hit, and for the first time, really, just saw that little tinge of disappointment in his face.
Yeah, and understandably so, because, you know, he has been a name that's been on in everyone's lips when it's come to picking up a title here. He's been so successful in making it through to these stages that you just felt maybe, is it now his time? But you have to say, what an absolute battle between the two. I mean, the 1-3-6 was a bit of a saver for Derek Coulson, and what a time to produce it, to stop that run that Mambi was looking like he was going on. But there, you can just see the reaction at the tail end. He did have a match start, did go begging, and yeah, he'd be disappointed. But again, you know, the players at Q School, they're going to have to watch out for him.
And Charlie Mambi steps forward, and the release there, he knows he's been in a battle there, doesn't he, Devon?
Thought he was going to rip the camera out of the stage. It's just how important it is, though, for players to come and win at the Modus Super Series, and especially Champions Week, and game he was involved in, and knowing what lays ahead. And this is exactly, if Q School is the Dream Factory, this is where they manufacture those players to go to the Dream Factory, and that's where it is currently at now. I mean, Mambi knew he was in the game, seen his opportunity slip away with that 45 hit. when the double tops missed, he knew that destiny awaits and he just needed to step through the door. It's now a massive opportunity and again shows that Yorkshire is the strongest darting county.
Strongest county, whatever, isn't it, in any context. Right, the crowning glory is about to happen here, but there have been plenty of brilliant moments throughout Series 12. And it's on. It's on, double 12. Sensational from Scarrett. What a moment.
The joint best points tally in this group, but the best ever legs difference tally in this group. Well, Charlie Mambi is more than good, isn't he? Double top for a first weekly win.
Game start and the match.
Potter gets an opportunity he wasn't expecting. It's tops once more. Tens. There it is.
Another bullseye for another 167. It was almost on.
Van der Velde. Oh my gosh! Surely not from there. Oh my word!
Derek Coulson is Portsmouth's 5-star performer.
Needed a treble there, Haynes. Now this is the advantage of showing second and third. You know what you've got to do.
60.
Walker's done enough.
To wrap it up. Tyler Thorpe is a Super Series history maker. The best ever legs difference in a Group C.
20 for tops. 3-2 and
the fifth leg.
It's match start.
Keegan rolls back the ears.
I never thought I would let anything go. And
Freddie back. Oh, teamwork there. Leave Freddie alone.
And Stein de Klerk does it.
Big 22 balls.
He's going 3 tops. There's 2 of them. Oh, Reese Robinson, Mr. Must-See, take a bow.
he's double 12 for a 141 and out in 12 and 141 is pinned.
It's an awesome 4th title for Tom Sykes.
Yeah, it's been another series of memorable moments, some brilliant ones, some comical ones as well. No, I'm not referring to that 4-0 defeat to Tyler Thorpe we saw there, Devon. Laura, anything stand out for you?
Honestly, I just put a smile across my face just watching everything back. I mean, I was here for Jasper Scarrett's 9 darter and the heroics. And I think that's where, for players, it's where they can produce things that they've never done before. That was his first ever one. So I think that one does live in the memory. But yeah, I just enjoyed just watching that whole reel.
Yeah, that was like 9:45 in the morning as well. For us commentators, it's difficult to project as we would give it the credit it's due. Devon, what's your moment of the series?
I think when you look at that, I mean, there's multiple. It's a lot of winning. We saw Keegan Brown win there and win the final and just bawl his eyes out simply because it's been a struggle for him coming back and knowing what that feels like when you actually win and all that emotions that have been bottled up. But seeing Archie Self there is just a complete understanding of where the sport is coming, and he narrowly missed out as well. So I think the moments that you're going to see here in Modus, I mean, what you guys are creating, cinema, drama, it is just absolutely fantastic to see.
Yeah, and by the way, while we're on the subject of Archie Self at 16, tomorrow live here on the Modus Super Series Darts channel on Pluto TV, the International Darts Schools League finals are going to take place. 2 sessions from 1 p.m. and 4 p.m. 12, is it 1 p.m. and 4 p.m.?
1 p.m. and 6 p.m.
6 p.m, correct. 1 p.m. and 6 p.m. Devon knows because he's organised the whole thing. More about that later. Let's talk about what's happening tonight first. The final is all set, and it's 2 players that will know each other quite well. They're explosive types. It's going to rattle through this final. It's a short race. Tom Sykes has won the bull. I mean, I'm sure you're going to be sticking with him, but what kind of match are you expecting?
Well, they've met a few times this week, and every single time, I mean, if you haven't made a cup of tea yet, I don't think you should, because this is going to be played, as you say, it's going to be rapid, it's going to be fast. They play at a pace. I mean, there was one point in Group A where they were actually starting to laugh because all they were doing was walking back round in circles, but it suits them both. I'm thinking big scores, big finishes, one that goes right down to the wire based on what we've seen, in their levels of performance tonight.
What have we got, Dev? Drama, cinema, what else?
No, I think where we're at now is a emotional place that Mambi found himself in that loss, and letting that out, having all of that adrenaline explode, and now needing to build it up. Tom Sykes was able to sit back, watch it, probably on the practice board, and seeing it all happen. As soon as it happens, he would have gone into almost a flow state mentality, and now Mambi has to climb that hill again and get there. So it would be, I mean, with Tom Sykes winning the bullseye gives you another advantage, but it's also how slow or how quick Mambi starts. I think Tom Sykes could have that advantage in this game.
That's a great point, isn't it? Because the last Champions Night, when Jeff Smith won, it's kind of a similar feeling. He kept the coolest head over the course of the night, and there was a lot of fireworks in the other semi-final. Tom Sykes might kind of be in that same position, as Devon says.
Yeah, and up to those semi-finals, the route was looking quite straightforward for both of them. It was much more, it was a much more simple semi for Tom Sykes, and it ended up with, against Derek Coulson, Charlie Mambi getting really embroiled in a match. Neither of them have suffered a defeat tonight, and I just wonder how important that might be as well. They're going to have the confidence. The player that picks up this trophy will know, they haven't lost. I genuinely think it could run close, but I agree with Devon, actually. There is little time to recover when you play in that second semi, especially one that looks so emotion-fueled.
Right, prediction time. Laura, sticking with Tom Sykes?
I've got to, yeah. Sticking with my guns, Tom Sykes.
Devon, sticking with David Evans?
Yeah. I was about to say David Evans, yeah, but Tom Sykes for me, yeah, but Tom Sykes.
There we go. They say Tom Sykes, but the next 7 legs will determine who wins the Modus Super Series title and picks up the £25,000 winner's cheque. It's going to Yorkshire, but will it be Tom Sykes or Charlie Mambi?
Can he keep his cool? Yes, he can!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series Champions Night. Coming to you from the Live Lounge, Portsmouth! We are live on Pluto TV. It's now time for the final. First, would you please welcome a 2-time Modus Super Series runner-up, a Challenge Tour finalist. It's Tom Sykes! And now his opponent, one of the hottest young properties in darts. A Development Tour title winner, the record-breaking Champagne Charlie Mambi!
Trapping out the door. 7-figure payment, time is money, gotta go. Addicted to the game, for the show. Met her at the party, she was playing with a big dog. I could get the highs and the lows. 5-star suite, she ain't never going home. New Kelly Birkin, red bottoms on her soul. Maybach Virgil, only 150 sold.
It is time then for the final. This is what the last 13 weeks has been building up towards, and standing on the stage with £25,000 at stake, a gold medal and the magnificent Modus Super Series trophy to play for. Tom Sykes, the Castleford Tiger, who got a 4-2 win over Neil Duff in the semi-finals, hoping to make it third time lucky, having been runner-up in this money match twice before. He takes on Huddersfield's 20-year-old sensation Charlie Mambi, who was the one to end Derek Coulson's hopes tonight. Who will be the winner of Modus Super Series 12? We will find out in the company of Laura Turner and Henry Deacon.
Merv, thank you so much. So let's toe the hockey one more time in Series 12.
Tom to throw first. Game on!
And what a final we have. Will the Castleford Tiger finally ascend to the throne, or will it be a champagne finish for Charlie Mambi? What a final this could be. Two players who play at pace, play with power, two willpower scorers.
100.
But the biggest question is, who can hold their nerve in the biggest game of their careers so far? Tom Sykes has already had a couple of cracks at a Champions Week final. A 4-1 defeat to Scott Taylor in Series 6. A 4-2 defeat to Darius Labanauskas in Series 9. As for Charlie Mambi, uncharted territory. A first Champions Week, a first Champions Night final. And remember, he's a beneficiary of being one of only two players to get a second invite to Series 12. What a prospect, Laura Turner, this could be. It's a pleasure to watch this game in your company. And if these two go at it like we know they can go at it, this could be a corker.
Yeah, I agree. And Devon and I were implying that it was a really emotional match between
133.
Mambi and Coulson in that second semi-final. You could see how much it meant to Mambi, but he's in the ascendancy already. Not going to find the big fish, but already you're getting in a position for Tom Sykes. He's throwing first. He's got the advantage of throwing. You feel that this might have to go.
It's the only game in the week where there's a bull off in the practice room. Tom Sykes won it, but he could be broken right from the get-go. And Charlie Mambi's strength tonight has been his finishing. He's been finishing at around 43% for the evening, but he's unable to find double 12 with two in hand. And so it presents Sykes with an opportunity at tops.
Game show on the first.
Well, it was double 10 that came to the rescue of Tom Sykes in the end. And again, it's a
second leg. It's
a leg that's finished in just a fraction over a minute and a half. And I do recall, as I say, they've met 3 times already this week. They were in Group A together. Tom Sykes has the slight head-to-head record 2-1. But for me, it was the pace they all played at. It was unbelievable at times.
This is a final that's going to be played at ferocious pace, ferocious power, and ferocious scoring. Yeah, to see a 140, but both players have... Sorry, a 180, but both players have threatened it a few times already.
96.
And you could... I understand it's Champions Week, but you could forgive a little bit of edge when you come into the very last match. The 91. Match that could see you walk away with a cheque of £25,000, but... It's not just about that. It's about the prestige. It's about being on the wall.
133.
And let's be realistic. Both players hope this is the last match they play on this stage in the Super Series. Both will want to be getting tour cards at the beginning of next year. So this may well be the one and only chance they get to lift this trophy.
Another in there.
125. Charlie McCoy 72.
Well, it was an interesting option that Tom Sykes took there.
To level up, double 18. That's a 15 darter to put Charlie Mambi back on terms. This place has been a hive of activity all night long. But now we've got to the tense stuff. Now we've got to the big stuff. There is an air of silence which has descended upon what has at times been a cauldronous atmosphere at the Live Lounge.
Yeah, and it's brilliant to see that this match is being played in front of a packed house. No one dare move from their seat.
60.
And it could be little blips like that that could make all the difference. Derek Coulson, who lost to Charlie Mambi in a last leg decider, he's so transfixed by this final, even he had to stay and watch.
Tom Sykes just trying to search out a big treble. Hasn't been able to locate one. And his throw now really under threat. Charlie Mambi looking for the first max of the match.
120.
I'd say that was going in. It was an unfortunate bounce out.
And it's just opened up the door for Sykes a little bit, but That first dart dropping low, recovers well with dart 2 and 3 tremendously. It hasn't left him on a finish though. Mambi's overturned the throw in the third.
We say that players like Charlie Mambi, they're fearless. Devon said he's got the confidence that young players sometimes have. They don't have the scars, and I would just wonder sometimes, a player like Tom Sykes, who's made a final here twice before, is he carrying the weight of those losses into this particular match?
It's the ball for Mambi. That could be a tie turner. There's the break he needs. He has a 2-1 lead. He's halfway to glory all of a sudden. And it's interesting you mentioned that, Laura, because I popped out the commentary box for a couple of moments and I actually bumped into Tom Sykes' dad, and there felt like a bit of a nervousness, as in he can't lose another one, which is telling me maybe the psyche is more defensive than it is offensive.
Yeah, but you can understand it. I've been both a player and I've also been a spectator for family members, and it is far worse watching, let me tell you. You'd much rather be up there and embroiled in the action. Whoa! But Charlie Mambi going from strength to strength in this final.
Averaging 104.18. The record Champions Week final average is 102 from Darius Labanauskas when he beat Tom Sykes in the Series 9 final. Tom Sykes, he won't want me to say this, but he's got the highest ever losing average in a Champions Week final in that very same match.
Yeah, there are some records here at the Super Series you want. I'd imagine that's not one of them.
120.
And that's desperately disappointing for Tom Sykes.
And that's the difference between him being on a finish and Mambi getting 6 to go 3-1 up. That 65. One moment of misfortune could paint a big picture in this final.
Sykes just trying to find a route through to a big treble, but again it eludes him.
60.
6 darts to go 1 away.
Game shown the 4 player.
3-1 to the good Charlie Mambi, 1 leg away from the Series 12 Championship Week title. I just wonder, that last shot there from Tom Sykes, if he had come back to the oche, he went for a single 18. Well, he went for a treble 18, but found the single. He wouldn't have been on a finish.
Is this destiny for Charlie Mambi? This tournament has a history of young upstarts going on to lift this coveted title. Luke Littler did it at the age of just 16. Early on this year, Jensen Walker, just 18 years old, won this trophy. Charlie Mambi, age 20, could be the 3rd young superstar to hoist aloft the Super Series crown. And he looks like, Laura, he's getting ever much so closer.
Yeah, edging forward. And Tom Sykes is just trying to hold on to the coattails. But Charlie Mambi, any questions that we had about how quickly he could recover from that second semi-final have been well and truly answered.
140.
And you know what, Laura? He could do it in record-breaking style. Averaging just under 104. If he takes it at the 136, he'll win the title with the best average you've ever seen in a final.
140. Charlie require 136.
And it's on for Charlie Mambi. Well, it was on, and again, Tom Sykes finding himself in a position here. This is must-hit territory. Single 17 for tops, 1 dart in hand to keep the match alive.
62.
Is this the moment of Super Series destiny for Charlie Mambi? Tops
40.
For the title.
Go!
There's a new young superstar on the Super Series trophy, and his name is Charlie Mambi.
Charlie Mambi!
At 20 years of age, he follows in the footsteps of Jensen Walker and Luke Littler as teenage champions at Champions Week.
Yeah, absolutely unbelievable scenes here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. It is the 20-year-old Charlie Mambi who beats his fellow Yorkshireman to the Series 12 title. Great scenes. You can see him going out and see how much it means to the family as well. There is the tail of the tape, and it's 103.87 average for Charlie Mambi. 4 from 6 on the doubles. He really didn't give Tom Sykes much of a look in. Absolutely brilliant stuff. Yeah, and you have to say it was a deserved win for the youngster in the end, and he will be looking forward to his appearance at the Ali Pallett very, very soon. Well, we can head over to the safe hands of Chris Murphy.
Yeah, thank you very much, Laura. Charlie Mambi with that emphatic victory in the end over Tom Sykes, who you have to feel for a little bit because Tom Sykes has now lost 3 Champions Night finals. But brilliant, brilliant performance from Mambi, who adds his name to the Roll of Honour, following on from Jeff Smith and Jensen Walker this year and joining the young prodigy from Series 3 and 4, Luke Littler, who won it back-to-back. Now, Mambi, his next task, as Laura said, is to go to Alexandra Palace, and he'll do it as a Modus Super Series champion.
Well, we have another young superstar who is a Modus Super Series champion, Charlie Mambi. Many congratulations. You've done it. You won it. Can you just begin to put it into words?
Not really, no. I think it's just amazing with a crowd like this to win something like this. It's just amazing.
In the final, you broke the record for average in a Champions Week final. You averaged 103 against Tom Sykes. It felt like once you got going, you were an unstoppable animal.
Averages mean nothing. A win's a win. I'm lifting that trophy on the day, so yeah.
I know, obviously, it's a very emotional moment, and I know words are very hard to come by at this present moment in time, but the magnitudes of lifting that trophy, what does it mean to you?
Yeah, it means everything. You know, the players that have lifted that trophy are unbelievable, and to be part of that name with everyone else, it's, yeah, crazy.
You're the third player under the age of 21 to lift this, a guy called Luke Littler. I don't know whether you've heard of him or not. Jensen Walker won it early on this year. This could be a real springboard for yourself, couldn't it? Particularly with Ali Pally in mind. I know that you've got real ambition to get a card at Q School. Could this be the win that sets you up on your journey ahead?
It could be, yeah, but like I say, who knows? It's just one of them things, and I'm proud to be lifting that trophy at the end of the day, so I'm not thinking about what else as of yet, but yeah, when I get home and have a couple of days, yeah, it probably will set me in good stead for everything coming up, so yeah.
Does this cap off the greatest year of your life?
I think so, yeah, definitely.
Well, Charlie, many congratulations. In a few moments' time, that trophy is all yours.
And that's what they've been playing for, the magnificent Modus Super Series trophy. Some great names already on that Roll of Honour and £25,000 to go with it. Over 13 weeks, they've been fighting for that piece of silverware to be crowned a Modus Super Series champion.
After a magnificent performance, we now crown our champion. The winner of the Modus Super Series Series 12, receiving £25,000, the magnificent trophy, Champagne Charlie Mambi!
Yeah, big moment for Charlie Mambi, the 20-year-old from Huddersfield in West Yorkshire. And you can see, look, he's going to Alexandra Palace. You'd expect him to go and have a fruitful career in the PDC, but you can see what winning this trophy means to him.
Yeah, and I'd say throughout the week he's kind of played it down a little bit as well. You know, he knows he's had a brilliant year, but that reaction for me just told me, yeah, he was putting a lot of onus on picking up this title, the smiles on the stage, the emotion towards the end. But overall, you know, he ended up being the best performer of the evening.
Absolutely, Devon, and Laura mentioned it actually, that bit of emotion. We've never seen that from Charlie Mambi until it all sunk in.
I think when you understand what it means to win the Modus Super Series champion, I mean, they are on the Champions Week. It's enormous. It's for players that haven't played on the PDC before. It's the biggest title that they will win before they get there. He's now, that's the stepping stone. That's the platform. That's almost the verification. That's the certification that I can go on and do big things in the sport. And that's what that trophy means.
He was a big fancy, wasn't he, before the week started? But when he finished 5th in Group A, everyone started to look towards other candidates, didn't they?
Yeah, he didn't have the best Group A campaign, and I think because he's a player that has been here before and gone through Group A with 28 points and such a positive leg difference, I think that may have been the reason that there were questions. But it was a competitive group, and actually I think going into Group C, it ended up really suiting him because he dominated that, really didn't look back, and it's just brilliant to see exactly what it means, not just to Charlie Mambi, but the rest of the family.
Yeah, heartwarming moments. They'll certainly be popping the cork on the champagne tonight, I'm sure. But there was another player in the final, another lad from Yorkshire, Devon, and he's been in this final 3 times. It's a 3rd defeat. That'll be hard to take, won't it?
Yeah, and I think, just the way in which it started, like you said early on, is there going to be scarring? And I think that mentality-wise, we expected it not to be more from an experience perspective, but Charlie didn't relent on any scoring. The emotions before the game before that didn't drain anything. This is now the kind of player that you have. It's a kind of player that has all this maturity, switching on in a game, switching off when the game is done, and refocusing. It's that kind of levels that you're talking about now that... If you want to be successful, that's what used to be. That was almost the blueprint before for players with experience. He's coming in with very little experience, but having all of this maturity. I'm astounded by the man. I'm impressed. I'm a big Charlie Mambi fan. Even before he gets his tour card, I think that he would be not even something for the future. He's a player for the present.
Derek Coulson as well there, congratulating. That just shows the measure of him as a man, doesn't it? Because he'll be disappointed too.
Oh, he will. And obviously he's a player that's made Champions Night on several occasions. Disappointed, but he knew he was in a really tough battle. He pushed Charlie Mambi all the way in that semi-final. Derek Coulson, I think he just loves the game, and he's, I think, as you say, you can just see what kind of person he is off the oche as well there.
It's a different, look, we've had different types of winners here at the Super Series. Jeff Smith, sort of more in his senior years, winning the last one. But Luke Littler's the name that obviously comes to mind, winning it twice before going on to have the career that he's had. World champion, now world number 1. Is this tournament starting to find its place in darts where people feel it's something that they can win on the way up?
It's more a tournament that you have to win on your way up. I think it's more the blue tick. It's to have you won a Modus week, have you won a Champions week, have you won a special. The Modus now is becoming the foundation of greatness. You have to complete this before you can go to bigger things. And I think that it's the perfect stepping stone. It's the perfect position. It's everything that you require, but just more amplified in the PDC. So this is the dream factory for most.
But it's Charlie Mambi's dream who has come true. Look, we spoke about the emotion a little bit more a little bit earlier. That winning moment when he could finally sort of have that release, and we said we've not seen that before from him, but does that actually show another element to his game that's quite impressive? Because not letting your emotions get the better of you during a match is something that could serve you well in your career.
Yeah, because for a lot of players, everyone wants to win it, but when you get to that winning moment, how often have we said the hardest dart is the last one, the one that gets you across the line? So the fact that you're feeling all that, and as you say, the release just shows you everything you need to know. If you can hold that all in, just keep it suppressed, get the job done first, and then release, then yeah, again, it goes back to what Devon was saying. He's kind of mature beyond his years when it comes to darts.
I mean, you know what it's like. You've won on that stage, ADC Global Championship last year. What is it like? What are the feelings when that winning dart goes in?
I think position-wise, I mean, if you look at the last 3 legs that he played, it was maximum scores all the time, 2 treble visits. You kind of don't think about it. It feels like nothing. As soon as he had an opportunity, took a sip of water, that already showed that his process remains the same. Every time he won, he went to the same table. It's almost repeating or replicating a blueprint that has been successful. So when you know that I'm going to repeat the same things over and over and I'm going to achieve the same results, that for me is true champion mentality. And I think now a lot of players that are champions, they'll go through the same things. When you were saying about that winning dart and all of this, a lot of players go through it. But when you have that champion mentality, that is just a practice dart that you've done multiple times.
I'm going to probably throw a difficult question to you now, Laura. What can he do at Ali Pali, and what can he do in his career?
We're right at the start of his career. I think, the future just looks very, very exciting for Charlie Mambi. You look at the field that he's come through. Yeah, that generation straight on the phone. I absolutely love it, telling everyone. I'm sure everyone wants to phone up and congratulate him. But I think, you know, the draw for him, Ali Pallett, he seemed quite happy enough with it, you know, and it'll be a pacey game. He's playing Cam Menzies. It'll be an interesting one because I don't think Cameron Menzies will be particularly looking forward to playing Charlie Mambi.
Apparently it was the in-laws or the in-laws to be, hopefully, on the phone. They're probably a wise move, isn't it, to speak to them straight away?
100%. I mean, he's now landed it, and he's going to Ali Pallett as well. So there's the future kind of sets up perfectly for him. He's not coming there worrying about financials, anything like that. And that's the perfect start. If you're going to be a professional, you can't be worrying about, I have to win to actually eat. It's very different for the young players now. But I think that where he positions, it's phenomenal. It's the new generation. It's everything that you want to see, and his humility and arrogance and everything that he has. I think that not just the Ali Pallett, but going to Q School, doing all of those bits and pieces, whether even if he doesn't get his tour card, a major player on the development tour, major player on the challenge tour, and he always has a home at the Modus Super Series.
Certainly does. Just quickly before we go, the future's bright. We can see that from Charlie Mambi. But tell us a little bit about what we've got coming tomorrow of the International Darts Schools League.
International Darts School Week, 14 countries coming, 16 players travelling. There is going to be some darts from... It's going to be a continuation of what we've seen today. It's going to be a bit chaotic like the UK Open used to be, but it's organised chaos. We're going to have 16 players playing in a round robin, then going on to playing a knockout in the evening. That's going to start at 6 o'clock. And then what we're then going to see is the first ever champion to lift the International Darts School League trophy.
There we go. The future's bright for all players in darts. We've got that coming up tomorrow. Plenty of other stuff coming up as well here on the Modus Super Series Darts channel on Pluto TV. All absolutely free as well. Straight after tonight's show, we're going to see a break of throw with Team America. We've welcomed American viewers over the last week. What a treat they've had so far. And some of the American players are going to have their throw broken down by our team of expert analysts. I'll get there in the end. As Devon said, tomorrow 1 p.m. and 6 p.m. for the International Darts Schools League finals. We're going to see the youngsters, a glimpse into the future, maybe in a year or two's time. Some of them could be taking the place of Charlie Mambi. And Devon Peterson then himself will begin his defence of the ADC Global Championship. That gets underway on Monday morning from 9:30 a.m. And then the following Monday, or a couple of Mondays after that, sorry, we're going to have Scott Mitchell as part of Double Trouble 4, where you have to start and finish on a double. Well, that's it for tonight. Thanks so much for watching us throughout the series. Series 12 has been absolutely superb, and Champions Night has delivered once again. We had experience, we had some explosiveness on that stage as well. 2 Yorkshiremen contested the final. Tom Sykes runner-up for a third time. But tonight, the 20-year-old Charlie Mambi, well, he is popping the cork on the champagne.
He's going to get a dart in his hand, a double 14, and he finds a double 14, and all of a sudden from 2-0 behind, Derek Coulson's back on turn. It's the madhouse, and it's rather obscured, but he nettles away through.
Neil Duff's afforded more match-winning chances, and this time Neil Duff does not make a mistake.
For 3-0, and full command of the contest. Double 16, the Castleford Tigers quest to eventually pick up that elusive double 10 for 1 more check and a 12-darter. But Champagne Charlie Mambi's service bubbling up, isn't he?
Now needs double tops with 2 darts in hand. Tom Sykes is top of the group.
1 dart in hand, tops the target, tops is found, and Charlie Mambi does sail past.
Going to be lucky number 7. The Castleford Tiger is into his 3rd Champions League final.
Unstoppable.
Double 8 is found. Can he keep his cool? Yes, he can.
Charlie Mambi!
Please put your hands together for the Modus Super Series.
Ladies and gentlemen, your champion! It's time to crown the champion.
This is for the title.
We'll get the match start at the block.
To win a week for the first time.
Great champions here.
25 starts.
You are our champion.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!